Let's get it. We are live. Oh, we live. Where am I at? Oh, Lord, the camera got moved again. Oh, man, that's right. We did move it. You know what I'm saying? Bring it down a little bit. So how we look? Okay. Looks like it's a little bit of glazing. Welcome to the show, everybody. Let me fix this real quick. Oops. All right, how we look now? Okay, now we look good. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Let's get started. You know how we do. Welcome to the Wednesday Bible study.
All right, everybody. Minister Brother Derek here. I just want to do this real quick. It's 4:39. So let's go ahead and get it. Let's just go ahead and get this. I'm going to drop it for you. Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Jesus put an offer on the table. And everyone out there is now able to come home with God in your heart. You're never alone if you believe me. You don't need that weed. Give Jesus a hug and put down those drugs. The victory over the devil's already won. So why are you picking up that gun? If the spirit is activating the faith, why do you need that alcoholic drink? Because the devil tells you, he rules you, he fools you. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. And it's you I'm trying to reach through this song that I compose. When Jesus comes back, only God knows. Are you ready or are you sitting heavy? Are you ready or are you sitting heavy? You won't be if you follow me. Are you with it now? Oh God, what can I say about thee? You still love us sinners and you offer your grace for free. I'm not worthy, but you still search me out of a life of sin. And with Jesus' help, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. He opens the door to a relationship with God. This is the only way in. In the name of Jesus, I always pray and I lay myself as a footstool for a lot of demons. I know that it's not true to be a believer, but I'm not with my soul in the hands of the deceit. But my wicked devil, who bring my inputs double, I put my desires on ice and I'm for reasons. Paradise. I gave up no pain, no stress. You gave me the weight, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, let the devil stress me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day, let's try a new way. Are you ready, or are you sitting heavy? Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Minister, Brother Derek. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. This is Minister Brother Derek. I'm coming at y'all real. And that's what I did. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2021. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered strong. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet people want to go forward. And you see I've been reformed, I've been hit with many opportunities. I cannot remain in unity with the Holy Father. The Lamb live under his original Father. I remain devout, but it feels like I'm missing out. Most other people that I meet who lie, stealing, cheating, content, while Christians like me, our time is spent struggling. It should be the other way around. I'm not complaining, but I need to tell someone.
Is that better?
To give it up when they're posting high. Doing right is a headache. There's got to be a better road to take. You know what, middle ground? Between Jesus and Satan, I know who to follow me. I'm not debating, but what I'm waiting for. Satan is winning the battle, but God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I say that you see like an extension cord. I walk around the stripe as long as my name is in the book of life. So let the light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people of the day. Stop being selfish, stop saying that, up to God, and start laying in. I roll with the Lord, is in control, in the heaven is my goal, this earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, his desire is to keep me away from my God. It's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the empty line, so I use the word of God as my force, my resource. Becoming immune to the negativity that surrounds me. The devil has a bounty on my head. Sometimes I dread coming outdoors. I feel like I've been prepping for war, but it's okay. The devil can play his mind game, but he can't hurt me like him. That's personally. He tries to distract me physically, financially, but these things don't mean jack to me. I turn my back to me. It's not easy. It's in, man. Niggas could be greedy. So I always want what we can't have. A material means something to me. Hey, don't make me laugh. A feeling for a man with a difference is all show. The police will take me where I got to go. But if I cheat or steal, then I'll lose my perfection. For a house, for election, to be under the direction of a sick demon. Go in the own my soul, no thanks. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I think he's like an extension cord. I welcome all the stripes as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning. Come to God and start winning. Minister Bangladesh. Let's get it.
All right.
Welcome to the Minister Bubba Dark Show, and I am Minister Bubba Dark. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus.
Hey, Nia, happy Wednesday.
Devil deceive us. Can't get enough.
Hey.
I love my Jesus. But people say to keep it real. But here's the deal. If you're not saved, you're missing out. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame that never goes out. The pits of hell where the heat swells up, there's no relief. Not for a moment of peace. The agony and cries never cease. There's someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. This isn't normal. Burn, baby, burn. I'm gonna walk in and burn. No. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus come back and find you napping. See, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. So in this ground, I sure don't fear. What you gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start? Put me on the fast track? So keep smacking. See, stacking, keep on shacking up. But get caught napping.
I love you, Jesus.
And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us.
Wherever you lead us, I need my Jesus.
I love you, Jesus.
Do you trust me, Jesus? Do you love me?
Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus.
See, I love
If
you,
you think that
Jesus.
witness into your neighbor is weird, think of foreign countries, respectful, out of
I
other
love you,
nations of
Jesus.
people who don't know God, only biblical concepts like a pedal
I
bound with God.
love you,
Most
Jesus.
Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be born of souls by the million, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires
I
of
love
our
you,
flesh. We won't
Jesus.
give Jesus our best efforts, but we ask for blessings that we don't
I
deserve.
love you,
And you wonder
Jesus.
why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really
I
admire.
love you,
You know you have a desire to make that easy money, drive the fancy car, to feel like a star. When you enter the bar or club, deep down, your spirit isn't for God or His ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The minister, Brother Derek Show. Let's get it. Welcome to the Sunday.
We play that for our break. Alrighty, y'all. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derek Show. Nia, Jacilia, y'all the only ones talking. There's Liz. Hey, Liz. Alrighty, y'all. Y'all know that we got the election going on. And just like you really can't decide who you want the winner to be, you can only hope. You can only hope that your fellow Americans voted for the candidate that you want. Well, our topic today, you don't have a choice, okay? You don't have a choice in who you want. There's this spirit out there that God created. And the spirit wasn't satisfied at being the top angel. He wasn't satisfied. His job was to come down here and train us. He didn't want to do it. Instead, he wants us, human beings who were created to worship God. He wants us to worship Him. And you can't tell Him to get out your face. Well, you can, but He won't listen. But you can put a shield of armor on. Your shield of armor comes from Jesus Christ. You can put the shield, take your part of the blood, the perfect blood that Jesus shed on the cross. You can use that as your shield of armor. Jesus came down here and he showed you how to deal with the devil. Now I'm trying to do my sermon and the neighbors is acting crazy downstairs. And it's amazing how as soon as I hit the live button, it was a knock at the door. Been quiet all day. Ain't been a sound. But we understand. Like I said, Jesus showed us how to deal with the devil. Because the devil came and picked him up after he fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. That means that Jesus was hungry. He was starving. He was looking for some human companionship. 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness. Nothing but you and the insects, you and the animals. The devil decided that was the best time to go get him. And he tried to tempt Jesus. And each time, Jesus used the word of God to discourage the devil and send him off with his pants between his legs. When the devil comes to you, do you do that? Do you send the devil scurrying off with his tail between his legs? Or do you give in? Do you let him in? Do you kick him on a butt and send him down the road, or do you let him in? Because if you let the devil in, you push Jesus out. You can't have both. You can't say, well, hey, yeah, I love Jesus. At the same time, you don't want to work at the devil. You can't do both. You got to do one or the other. You can't sit there and say, I'm going to go out there and sling dope and sell poison to my people. But at the same time, I'm in the church going, hallelujah, hallelujah. You can't do both at the same time. You're one or the other. Oh, man, what is going on downstairs? What the hell's going on? What are they doing down there? Sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on downstairs, but they definitely interrupting our sermon. Now y'all saw me go to the door. I didn't go empty-handed. I don't know what's going on down there. I don't understand. They got two doors. Why can't they do that at the other door? Don't understand. Mother always said, you never bring trouble to your home. You go other places and do your dirt. You don't bring it home. And like I was saying, back to our subject. Can you tell the devil to get out your face? Yes, you can. The problem is, he won't give up. Because you see, a lot of people want to tell you that the devil is not your enemy. He is your enemy. Because he wants you to worship him. And he'll give you things, give you opportunities. But he don't care about you. All you is to him is, can I use you to get at God? I can't do nothing. He can't do nothing to God. But he can do something to us. Use us to try to hurt God. And that's his intent. And he's so driven by his intent that he knows he's going to be the first one to go in that furnace. And yet he still does what he does. So people try and tell you that it's okay to follow the devil, that he okay. No, he's not. He's so blindly driven that he doesn't even see his own fate. And following him gives you sometimes a nicer time down here on earth. But what are you going to do for them 2,000-3,000 years when you want to slow burn down there in torment or baby hell? When you down there with the hot foot and show, whatever the devil give you down here, you can't take it there. So that nice house you got, it ain't going to be no house there. You only going to have a spot in the darkness. The only light is going to be the flames. You're going to be wishing that you could get a drink and you can't get it. You say we got 10 thumbs down. I ain't surprised. That mean we got 10 haters. Hopefully they'll watch and learn something. I ain't surprised. I'm talking about that daddy. Why wouldn't they give me a thumbs down? Back to what I was saying. What benefit is it to follow the devil? Even when you're successful, it's always time limiting. When you follow the devil, it's good in the beginning, but then you find yourself in need. Oh, she said thumbs up. I thought she said thumbs down. I got the OBS up. I don't have the chat up, but the chat, you can see it on your screen. The OBS is covering half the chat. Let me see if I can move it over. Sorry about that, just saying. Let me move that over a little bit. Now I can see it. You see it says, at Liz, when the Holy Spirit prompts me, but I upload several times in the week, thanks. Liz said, okay, thank you, Cecilia. Oh, she said 10 thumbs up given. I thought she said 10 thumbs down. My bad. I apologize. We so used to getting thumbs down. I did a show the other day, Cecilia. I hadn't even started yet. I pressed the live button. And I had 2 thumbs up, 2 thumbs down already. I ain't said a word. All I did was press the daggone button to go live. Somebody was right there ready to give me 2 thumbs down. You have to be a sorry, when I say sorry, you have to be a sorry, low down, no life having person. That you waiting for somebody to hit the live button and you already got 2 of your troll accounts ready to give thumbs down. We did a show one day. I think we had 17 thumbs down. We only had 12 people watching. And we had 8 thumbs up and 17 thumbs down. You only had 12 people watching. So where did them thumbs down come from? Naya says, hey Liz, how you making out as the results trickle in? Liz says I'm on edge now. I've been watching all night and day. Really? I don't know why you so worked up. If we get 4 more years of Trump, mean 4 more years of the CV. 4 more years of division. But this is America. We'll get through it. We've got 3 works. If Trump get reelected, we just gonna have to deal with it. We ain't got to like it, well, we might have to deal with it. And we'll go on as we go on. If Trump get elected, people gonna have to, if Biden get in, you're gonna have to deal with it. You know? Cecilia says, it goes that there is continuous work within the souls heading for the broad roads that leads to eternal hell. Yeah, and it's a huge road. The opening is so big that it's ridiculous. Wait a minute. Where are the Annie Mays? That's what we call them. You know, I like to use this image here. This shows us here on the earth. And up top you see it say the saved. And down here you see it say the lost. Look at how big that gap is in between the lost. And look how narrow it is for the saved. Your goal is to try to make it to the upper echelon. Not to be down here in torments, but to be up here in paradise. As a Christian, that's your goal, to get here. And then on Judgment Day, to get to the next side. But look what you got here. Slow burn for thousands of years. In darkness, nothing but these flames. And all you hear is crying and wailing and screaming and regret. And you wishing that you had done what you supposed to do when you was on the earth side. Instead, you wind up down here and you ain't got nothing to look forward to except getting in that line and then getting thrown in the furnace. You ain't got nothing to look forward to. When you close your eyes and you're not walking with Jesus, you go down here to the bottom and you ain't got nothing to look forward to except getting thrown in the furnace right here. And that's it. Poof, puff, the magic dragon, you gone. You ain't got nothing to look forward to. When people see that, they should drop to their knees. But they don't. They don't pay it no mind. They worrying about what they got now. How much jewelry can I get? How many shoes can I have in my closet that I don't even wear? How many outfits can I get? How many cars can I drive? That's what people are interested in. When you listen to somebody, you can tell whether or not they're a Christian or whether or not they roll with the devil. It don't take long. You take a couple seconds to listen. What excites them? I'm excited by the chance to be reunited with my little girl. That's what excites me. Somebody having a fancy car, that don't excite me. Somebody having a bunch of money, that don't excite me. Because you can't take none of that with you. But I only got to spend 40 days with my little girl before she died of SIDS. By her dying that young, she didn't do anything. I know she's up in paradise. She didn't live long enough to do anything wrong. I got to get up there. And not only am I trying to get up there, I'm trying to bring as many people as I can with me. So when people say, well, why do you do this? Number one, I felt a calling to do it. But number two, I don't want you to go to the wrong place. Let me check the chat. The Shea says it continues to get ridiculous when every time you upload or go live with the gospel, YouTube puts it on limited ad yellow sign. Yes, they do. I have more of those yellow signs. It's ridiculous. You know, I went and voted yesterday, and I got a yellow sign. You believe that? Cecilia says, sorry to hear your loss. And Naya says, Liz, he was booted from Twitter 3 times since then. Naya said, be right back, driving and listening. Well, drive safely, Naya. Nia. I think I'm going to call you Nia Naya. Yeah, it is a mess. I don't know why everybody on pins and needles. The person that's supposed to win is going to win. If we had to deal with 4 more years of Trump acting a fool, we'll deal with it. He can only do 8. We made it through 4 years. We can make it through 4 more. If Biden getting there, we don't know what Biden gonna do. So, but like I said, as somebody who served under Jehovah's Witnesses for a time, we were taught that political sense didn't matter. That these are man-made political systems. And we waiting for God's political system. And the president is going to be Jesus Christ. That's our president. If you want to get more technical, you can say that God is the president and Jesus Christ is the vice president. Our vice president don't do nothing. So I'd rather leave the vice president part out and just say that Jesus is going to be the president under the authority of God, because he's the master worker. He'll do the work. But take it as you like it. That's the kingdom. That's the political party. That's the system that we should be looking forward to. Not man-made systems that come and go. But see, the devil want to keep you busy. That's why you got shiny things. You know, they said about a monkey. If you have a monkey and you want to keep him occupied, you give him shiny things. And he'll sit there. And that's what you get. You get distracted. Whether it's attractive people, whether it's sports, they got you caring more about who gonna win the game than what's going on in your life. Whether it's TV shows like Love and Hip Hop, Empire, and all that other mess, they got you more concerned with who gonna win, what's going on with them people, and you care more about the people you see on TV than you do about your fellow neighbor. You know more about somebody who you'll never meet in your life than you know about the people that live next door to you. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Distractions. Want to distract you by trying to get further in your job, by stepping and clawing and knocking people down and lying on people and setting them up. Keeping you distracted. Keeping you distracted by chasing mates that you know you can't keep, but you still want them. It's a distraction. It's a distraction. I got a car to take me where I gotta go, but the car ain't enough. I gotta make it bounce up and down. It still ain't enough. I gotta put lights on it. It still ain't enough. I gotta put rims on it that cost more than the car, but that's not enough. Keeping you distracted is what the devil does. He want to do anything to keep you from a relationship with God and Jesus Christ. And he's not going to let you alone. Because he knows that ever since he got Eve to take a bite of that apple, that we are prone to the desires of our flesh. And if you find yourself attracted to the other side. Even when you was growing up, you knew to stay away from the bad kids, but you still had to watch them. When you was in the classroom trying to learn, and the kids was in there cracking jokes and shooting spitballs and going around and slapping the nerves in the back of the heads, and you would start laughing and y'all was joking and playing, you wasn't learning. They were distracting you. And when you get distracted like that, you start to accept the behavior. Even if you wouldn't yourself do the behavior, you start learning to accept it. In the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, there were these conspiracy theories going around, and they were saying that the celebrities and the Democrats were doing things where they were snatching kids and they would kill them live, have a little ceremony and kill them live, and they would drink the blood. And the blood was supposed to make them stronger. There's never been no evidence shown of it. But what it did was it allowed the Republicans to gain control of the House and the presidency, because they got the people distracted. But here's the thing. Suppose it was true. When they show you things like bestiality, when they show you things like nude beaches and families living where they walk around naked all day with the kids, they do these things to get you used to it. And this is the danger of the distraction. The distraction makes you numb to evil. It makes you accept it. It makes you, well, I wouldn't do it, but you know, you can go ahead and do it. This is the devil's calling card. It ain't that bad. Once you try it, go ahead. Sleep with your mother and father. It ain't that bad. Once you do it a couple times, you'll be all right with it. Distract you, then get you to accept what you know is wrong. When you was a child, your parents gave you $1 to put in the collection plate. When the collection plate come around, I can take this $1 and I can go to the 5-cent candy store. I can get me 20 pieces of candy. It was the penny candy when I was little. I don't know what they charge now. That's why I said 5 cents. But, rather than putting this $1 in the plate, I can go get me some candy when we get out of here. You know it's wrong, but after you do it a couple times, it becomes like second nature. All the devil got to do is get you to do it one time. And after you do something you know is wrong one time, each time you do it, it get easier. You got people that cheat old people out of their homes. The first time they did it, they might have felt bad. After the second or third time, you know what? I'm getting money. I don't care if they wind up in the shelter. I don't care if they have a heart attack, a seizure over losing their home. Oh, the heck with it. I'm getting this money. It's acceptable. You have a cult of people that's snatching young kids and sending them overseas. How did you take a child from his family, just snatch him and put him on a boat and send him over the border to some perverts? How do you do it? The first time you do it and the child is crying and want to go home, you might feel bad. After you get paid a couple times, you get used to it. It's nothing. This is how the devil gets you to do what you know is wrong. Y'all are talking about the election in the chat. How could the people re-elect Mitch McConnell when the man see the people don't have jobs? When the man see the people don't know how they going to put food on the table. When the man see that the landlords want to put the people out because they can't even afford to pay the mortgage on the house because they ain't getting no rent. And you got a man that says, y'all all right. I ain't doing no stimulus. And yet they voted for him. He won handily. If that ain't the work of the devil, what is? How could you vote for that man? Nancy Pelosi been holding up the elections also. You figure they vote her butt out. No, they don't. She won handily her seat. She might be the Speaker of the House again. How can you see the people do wrong in front of your face and you still vote for them? Why are we having a close election, since that's what y'all want to talk about? When you see all the things this administration has done, 240,000 people dead, and all they do is blame China. But China don't even have 5,000 dead, and you still want to put that administration back in office. When you decide you want to go to the beach, when you decide you want to go to the club, when you know that the coronavirus is out there, and you still go, when you refuse to wear your mask, even though you know it can save lives, and you still don't wear it, where do you get that kind of cruelty from? It comes from the devil, because he makes you not care about nothing. And when you don't care about nothing, Jesus and God don't care about you. You are separated from them. And that's what the devil wants. He can't beat them, but he can sure beat you. But he wants to hurt them. We were made to worship God. That's our purpose. Our purpose is not to work. Our purpose is not to build cars. Our purpose is not to drill for oil. Our purpose is not to fly airplanes. Our purpose was to worship God. That was our purpose. And if you ain't worshiping God, you ain't doing what you were made to do. So what makes you not do it? What would make you not do it? Because you got a spirit telling you in your head anything but godly things. You got a spirit whispering in your head every time you have a good thought. That might be a good idea, but wouldn't you rather do this and have some fun? Yes, you could go volunteer at the orphanage, but look the game on. Yes, you could go down to the community rec center and mentor some of the kids, but hey, Love and Hip Hop is on. Wouldn't you rather go watch that? Well, the pastor asked me to come down to the church and help out. Let me go do it. The voice in your head says, well, you could do that, but that woman you like was, she down there at the bar. Wouldn't you rather go down there to the bar than go to the daggone church? See, the devil knows what you want. Because, see, ever since we got that knowledge of right and wrong, before then, Adam and Eve did not have that. Before that, they didn't have to worry about what they ate. Everything grew up around them. If they wanted meat, the animals would come lie down in front of them and say, here, kill me. They didn't have to chase them. The insects didn't bother them. They didn't get stung. They walked around butt naked. But when we learned from right and wrong, it gave us the choice. Before, we didn't have a choice. And we've been battling with that choice for almost 6,000 years. Jesus gave us a way out, and we still won't take it. Because Jesus' way is the right way. We don't want the right way. The right way is boring. We want excitement. And that's why we are attracted to evil. Why are we attracted to evil people? That's the reason why at all the family functions, if Uncle Charlie don't come by there and get drunk and tell jokes and fall over stuff, it's considered a boring event. We got to be entertained. Why is it that you go to see comedians and they tell you about your mother whooping you with anything she could find? And he tell you about things, and you know that what he is saying is things that people do wrong, but you laugh at it because you can relate. The fact that you can relate indicates that it's something wrong. But see, you've been conditioned to accept it, and that's the way it is. Why do we have media? When I was growing up, we had Andy Griffin, but we also had I Dream of Jeannie. Well, what was wrong with I Dream of Jeannie? Larry Hagman spent that whole show lying. He spent the whole show lying. If you watch Bewitched, Darren spent the whole show lying. They got you used to lying all the time. They made it a fixture in your household to be lying. That's the first step. Because now you just lie because you were conditioned to lie. You were conditioned to it. Ain't nothing new. You grew up watching people lie. You watch Get Smart. All he does is lie. You watch Superman. All he does is lie. I'm Clark Kent. I ain't Superman. That's a lie. Spider-Man. Lies. He a photographer for the paper. He take pictures of himself and then lie to the man and say, yeah, I got these pictures from Spider-Man. They were you. You lying. We have made it to where lying is okay. We have problems with this show. A lot of people can't hang in this chat. We don't let you lie. They don't know what to do with themselves. I can't lie. My whole life is a lie. How am I supposed to function? I can't lie. The media will build you up just so they can knock you down. And while you're getting built up and listening to the devil, and you got money, and you got fans, and you got cars, and you got all clothes and everything, and then soon as you decide that you want to, I'm rich, so, I should be able to do something I ain't supposed to do. And they'll sit down and watch you do it. And at least when you expect it, you'll turn the TV on and there you are. On the screen. Doing evil. And then you hear that knock at the door. And that's the FBI coming to lock you away. You got a lot of politicians out there that's taking money that's meant for the inner city schools. And the first thing you hear Trump say is, yeah, them bungling governors, them bungling mayors of them cities. Well, you ain't going in there to stop it because you taking money too. And most of them politicians take money. That's how they got them limos. We don't pay them enough for no damn limos. We don't pay them enough to be flying around in the airplane. $200,000 go a long way, don't it? We don't pay our congressmen enough money for all that. But it became acceptable. See, the first person did it, got caught, it was a bad thing. Now, it is what it is. It's what it is. Because you've been conditioned to accept it. I try to imagine it. When the first slaves came off the boat, I guarantee you, the first years, they probably took better care of their slaves than they did their own children. But all it took was somebody to come by, hey, why you treat them that good? You ain't supposed to treat them like that. Come over to my plantation. Let me show you how we treat them. Look, you got to whip them. You giving them that good food. You got to give them crumbs. What are you doing? They work 5 hours and get to do what they want to do. Now on my plantation, they work from sunup to sundown. And guess what? They got everybody else to do what? They got used to it and accepted it. That's how the devil works. It's a slow process. A slow process of getting you used to accepting evil. And while you are accepting, allowing, making excuses, rationalizing evil, there is no way that you can say you follow Jesus Christ. You can't do it. If you have any thoughts of evil going across your mind right now, you can't say you are a follower of Jesus Christ. If you thinking today about what you're going to do to your coworker tomorrow, if you going to school and you thinking about what you're going to do to somebody at that school, you got the devil in your mind. He's there. If you're in your house right now and you got a problem with your husband or wife, and you can't wait for them to come home so you can have a throw-down fight, you got the devil in your mind. And worse than that, you got him in your home. If you go to bed tonight with a grudge on your heart, you following the devil. Well, how can you say that? Because Jesus and God said you shouldn't go to bed. You should not close your eyes until you have fixed that problem. Even said, don't even come to the altar and offer me anything until you fix that problem. Leave the gift at the offering. Go and solve that problem with your neighbor. Liz says shouldn't go to bed upset. No, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't. And y'all gonna get mad at me, but a lot of the work the devil does is through the female. And y'all get mad when I say that, but a lot of his work is done through the female. Because if you sitting there and you 16 years old and you got a 16-year-old twin brother, how come the brother can go to parties, but you can't? How come the brother can take the car and go out of state, but you can't? How come the brother can be left in charge when the father leaves, but you can't? Instead of you saying that's the way it is, for order, that's the way it is, you gotta say, well, I think that I should be able to go out and stay overnight at parties. Just because I'm a girl mean I can't do it? That voice is gonna say, but you should be able to do it. You just as good as your brother is. It's a daggone shame. I should be able to drive to different states. But if you're not good with directions, and if you're not good at fixing a car, and if you're not good at talking to people, maybe you shouldn't be driving out of state. That voice is going to say, fooey, you can do it. A woman can do anything a man can. If you on a cheerleading team, and you're a cheerleader, but for some reason you don't want to be the cheerleader now. Now you want to be the quarterback. Everybody tell you, you the cheerleader, be quiet. You should be happy. Nah. I want to be the quarterback. I want to be the star. I'm just as good as any man is. Give me that daggone uniform. Give me that ball. You let the devil talk you into it. You go out there on that field and 30 linebackers jump on you. But you listen. Now you can't have children. But you listen. You got women that talk about playing basketball. Who watches women's basketball? Where is the WNBA? How many $1 million contracts are they kicking out? Let's be honest. Who wants to watch women play basketball? It ain't nothing sexual. Because they don't want to be sexual. If they went out there and had bikinis on and halter tops, maybe more people would watch. But see, no, I want to be just like the men. We're going to wear the long shorts like the men wear. Well, only a few you can dunk. Ain't don't nobody want to watch it. We still going to do it anyway. We just as good as the men are. So many colleges have those teams. The only team that make money is tennis. People like to see the women out there with the little skirts on, and beach volleyball, the women half naked. Those are the ones that make the money. If you have to be naked and show yourself, you are not the equal. Why are you doing it? Why do you shove it? Why do you make it a point to shove it down men's throats? I like my wrestling. And don't get me wrong. I love to watch the ladies wrestle. But if they ain't no good, and they don't have on nice costumes, I won't watch it. I fast forward it. If they can't wrestle, which is the first reason why I'm watching, there's no need for me to watch. But if they got something hanging out, that might be a reason for some young boys to watch. But other than that, the AEW wrestling, I'm gonna watch that tonight. When the women come on, I'm going to fast forward it. Their women division sucks. Their women division suck. I'm sorry. Now, NXT has a great women's division. They keep getting rated. But when you think of women wrestling, you think of Charlotte Flair, you think of Bayley, you think of Sasha Banks, you think of Asuka, maybe Amber Moon. But think about it. You got a whole bunch of women that ain't nothing but Playboy models. Trish Stratus, Dana Brooke, Alexa Bliss, Mandy Rose, and I like Mandy. I got down a girl, learn how to wrestle. But you got women like Nikki Cross who can really wrestle, but she ain't blonde and blue-eyed. Shayna Baszler was a beast in NXT. They got her teaming with The Rock, 300-pound cousin. She should be the champion, breaking people's arms and backs. But no, she ain't blonde and blue-eyed, and she ain't attractive. And that's the reason why they won't push her. At least the big fat girl she tag teaming with, she related to The Rock, and she got a pretty face. She can't wrestle neither. Who else you got? The Southern Belle. She ain't got no butt. Ain't got no to have her butt cheeks out. Yeah. Can't wrestle a lick. Was that because she blonde and blue-eyed? You supposed to watch her. I fast forward her matches. I'm being honest. No, I'm saying that the young boys might watch the match if they got a little bit of clothing on. But as far as technical, it's not equal. But you want to shove it down our throats. If you ask men if they took away lady college basketball, nobody would flinch. But you shove it down our throat. I read a survey that says that in the colleges, the men's sports pay for the ladies. The ladies' sports don't earn much. But they will shove it down your throat. That ain't nothing but the devil telling them, hey, you gonna make them watch. You can do it. Make them watch it. Whine and groan, go on social media. Make them watch it. But the wrestling was just an example. The basketball was just an example. We've seen many a video where the female cops get thrown around like rag dolls. Do you think it's fair to the male cop that they get assigned to as a partner when they have to not only worry about themselves, worry about the criminal, they got to worry about their partner and keeping them safe? Do you really think that's fair? See, I ask the question that's hard to answer. Why is that fair? If you having a domestic dispute, ladies, and your mate is 6'5", 280 pounds, and he beating you up, and they send a female officer, what do you think gonna happen? She gonna get beat up too. I'm being honest. You be like, oh Lord Jesus, why they send a woman? This man there gonna forward the band. What you gonna do? I'm just saying. I'm just being honest. You can get mad. I'm telling the truth. We tell the truth here. But it's something in your mind that says, I can do it. The same way that we did the show about the lady cop that got run over by the 17-year-old. There were officers on the way. But she got there first, and something in her mind said, you know what? Even though it back up like a minute away, you go ahead and confront him. And she thought that she was going to go, not knowing how many of them it was. Not knowing that they were armed. You know, because it was three. It was a 19-year-old, and the rest were, two were 17, one was 16. Suppose they had guns. They look out the window and see her out there. They could have shot her from inside the house. But something told her in her mind, I can do this. And when she pulled the gun out and told the boy to get out the car, he didn't. Something in her mind said, I can still get him out. I would have said, you know what? Let me just step back and wait for backup. That's what somebody with sense would say, but something in the mind said, no, you can do it. Somebody whispered in the mind, you can do it. Ain't no in the world, when I see a car that's running, a truck at that, a damn Jeep, I'm going to get out there and stand in front of it with a gun. That boy ducked his head down and hit the gas and ran her over and kept right on going. But something in her mind told her, hey, you got this. Go ahead. Go ahead and be the hero. I can be your superwoman. Woo-hoo-hoo. I can do everything that a man can do, and I can do it better. 'Cause I'm your superwoman. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What is she saying laying in that grave right now? When you allow the devil to run your mind, you opening up the doorway to death. You're opening up the doorway to death. You separate yourself from Jesus and God. Nothing good comes of it. When you see the behavior of the children, when you see the young couples, and y'all have seen it, when you see the young couples together, why is the woman always trying to beat on the man? Why is the woman always trying to put him in a headlock? Why is the woman always trying to wrestle a man? What's in her mind that's making her do that? Because you know what happens? They get hurt and start crying, and then the man is the bad guy. Now y'all tell me I'm lying. Women always want to, yeah, I can body slam you. Like, sit down somewhere. You supposed to be a woman. Why does a woman want to be a man so bad? Why did Eve take that apple? It's something, a loophole. It must be that the devil feels he can get on that frequency and appeal to their emotion and make them go, well, you know, I think I can do this. You know you can't do that. Yes, I can. If you can lift that 500-pound barbell, I can lift it too. Watch me. Wait a minute. My back. Call the ambulance. You are listening to the demon tell you what you want to hear. You're not listening to what Jesus and God is asking of you. You're listening to what the demon wants you to do and what you deep down in your heart you want to do it. And if that's you, you are not for God. So stop going around saying that you are for God. You are for yourself and you for your daddy, the devil, Satan, Lucifer, whatever you want to call him, Jezebel, whatever you want to call him. That's your daddy. And until you come to grips with that, you're going to keep following your daddy. And you're going to follow your daddy right into that hearse, that furnace of fire. The curse of the hearse. Because the ending is that furnace of fire. So keep listening to that little voice in your head. Yeah, you know, Brother Derek talking that stuff. But I ain't paying him no mind because I'm going to do what I want. Keep listening. Don't pay that fat man no mind. He ain't talking nothing. No. Turn him off. Go ahead and listen. Listen yourself right into that furnace. We had a conversation the other day when I asked. Oh, hold on, Liz, they can ask a question. Let me check. I have a question. You are against women working right. So if you met a nice working woman, would that stop you from marrying her because of your beliefs? That's actually a good question. That's a good question. That's a very good question. Whether or not she is working wouldn't be the issue. The issue would be, does she have that driver in her head? That would be the biggest issue. Does she have that driver activated in her head? That's the bigger issue. Because a woman shouldn't be working, but if she is working, is she still doing her womanly duties? Does the work interfere? Is she chasing something on her own? Or are we trying to do something together? Because if she got a chip on her shoulder to where she got to be proven that she's the greatest thing since sliced bread, my answer would be no. I don't want nothing to do with her. She's in love with that voice in her head. She's not in love with me. She's not in love with Jesus or God. So why would I want to be around that? And that would be with a woman that stay at home. A marriage is two people coming together. Seems to me like most of these marriages nowadays is two people getting married, and it seems like the man gotta just stand back. Whoever watched the 70s show? How was Donna and Eric ever gonna get married? All Donna was talking about was breaking all these activisms and going against men, and I'm gonna be better, and I'm hot Donna, and look how many viewers I get for my daggone radio show, and always trying to beat Eric up. How the heck were they supposed to get married? At some point, Eric is going to say, look, I'm tired of your crap. And they're literally going to have a fight, and Eric going to go to jail. Because she's chasing something. And this is what I'm talking about. The women who are chasing something. A lot of these feminists, they are chasing something. Because you see them. They got the Beamer. They got the Mercedes. And they got the dude sitting in the front seat. And it's not no dude they're proud of. That's the only dude they can get. Somebody that's going to let them boss them around. Somebody that's going to let them beat on them. Somebody that's going to let them humiliate them in front of his family. That's the only kind of men they can get. If it's that kind of woman, I wouldn't be nowhere near. If she works just for an income and the job is not her life, her family is supposed to be her life. If the job is her life and the family has to constantly take a back seat to the job, then no, I wouldn't want to marry a woman like that. And if we have kids, she needs to stop working, at least until the child is old enough to go to school. She should be the child's first teacher, not the daycare center. After the child is off to school, then she can go back to work. But don't shirk your responsibility because you want to do something. Then we shouldn't have had a child if that's what you wanted to do. You shouldn't have got married if that's what you wanted to do. Because there's not many women that's really out in the workforce and is out there trying to run behind men and be CEOs. They usually don't have no life when they come to home. There'll always be exceptions. They're going to have to find somebody that's driven like them, and they're going to have to fight. Hey, I got a bigger bonus on the job today. I got an even bigger one. Ha ha. That's all right, wait till tomorrow. Ha ha. I got me some good clients today. We're going to make some serious money. Oh, you did? Well, you got clients. I actually got a big account. They talking about moving me up. The vice president. God darn it. If that's the kind of relationship, that's who should marry. They're not going to have no kids. They're going to spend the whole time fighting to see who can be the most dominant, who can get the most out the job. Because it's either going to be she's going to find a man that just as cutthroat as she is, or she's going to find a wuss who she's not going to respect. There is no in between. Liz said some women can't afford not to work, BD. There are single moms out there who have to work. Liz, those are exceptions. If you were married and the husband left and you couldn't get child support or you couldn't get spousal support, then yes, the woman would have to go work. But that woman is supposed to raise those kids. And when them kids are 18 and out the house, then she's supposed to go look for a husband. It's not another man's responsibility to help raise another man's child. It's not. When you pick that man to have children with, you're supposed to make sure you pick a man that's going to stay there. And if you don't, then you have to deal with the consequences. Don't bring somebody else into it. Because your children are not going to respect that man. And the same vice versa. And it's always going to be you and your children versus that man. He's never going to be letting the fold. So it's not fair. That's just my opinion. But it's not fair. If you sit there and mess up and go lay up and get knocked up with a sorry man and he leave you, then you got to raise them kids because you set that up. You had the opportunity. Hey, you sorry, I ain't gonna fool with you. But nope, you fooled with them. You rolled the dice. Why somebody gotta come bail you out? Why does somebody gotta come bail you out? And we showed the videos. There ain't nothing wrong with having a car. I see that. But why you gotta have 15? What's driving you to have 15 different cars? Why you need 15 different cars? What would drive? What would be the motive? Why you need 15 cars? Why you need 10 different houses? What's driving you? Who are you trying to show off for? You should have God on your mind. You shouldn't have no daggone 15 cars. Why do you need 15 cars for? When you don't do what you're supposed to do, it get real easy to never do what you're supposed to do. It becomes easier. And as you listen to that voice in your head, it becomes easier. And then as you raise your kids that same way, it becomes easier for them. So then it becomes a man doesn't have to do what a man supposed to do. I'll do it. Whether you can do it or not, you weren't designed for it. That's why it's always problems. Some people can make it work, but the majority can't. There's always problems. In my own household, my mother went to college and she started teaching. She was making more money than my stepfather was. And it was an issue. Because as she was out there with them other women, when they was in the teacher conference room, when they were having lunch, you let him make you do that? Don't you make more than him? Let that man tell you nothing. You make more than he do. You the breadwinner. I go home and tell him to shut up and sit in the corner. I'm the man of the house now. And then the woman go home and try to implement that. And then you read about them in the paper. So you got one person dead, you got another person sitting in a cell for 30 or 40 years. The devil took 2 lives. And what about the children? Now they orphaned. Think they're going to have good lives? But see, when you listen to the devil, there's nothing but trouble brewing. And when you see the evil, and you accept it, and you tolerate the evil, and you see it, and you still accept it, and you make excuses, and you rationalize, and you try to do things because it's what you want to do. In the end, it don't work out. It don't. And it affects the children. Liz says, I applaud any women working while raising any child, especially single moms. And Liz, you didn't hear what I said. I said, if that's the case, you made the wrong decision. You picked the wrong man. The man is gone, and now it's you and 2 or 3 kids. You need to raise those kids on your own because you made the wrong decision. And because you made the wrong decision, you got to deal with it. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is now the women start picking up any man and have all these men around their children. Sometimes the children get raped. Sometimes children get molested. Sometimes it's arguments and the children kill any man. They come kill him in his sleep. You bringing a man into a situation that you created through your own selfishness. And a lot of times you make the new person suffer. You should raise those kids and then look for me. Now Liz says, you have a lot who choose not to work, living off the system. They choose to work or go to school to make a better life for their child. You are way off, Liz. You're not listening to me. I said that if you sit there and you have a child with a man and y'all do not raise that child, you did not pick a good man that's going to stay with you. That's your mistake. Why you got to make other people pay for your mistake? Then yeah, you should work. And you should raise those kids. And when those kids are 18, then you should start looking for me. Till then, you ain't worthy of having one. You wanted a mate, you shouldn't have had kids. Because if you can't pick a man before you had kids, you sure can't pick a man after you have them and your pool is now smaller. If you couldn't pick a good man before, when you had a big pool to choose from, how much poor is your choice now that you got a smaller pool? Because a lot of men are not going to deal with women that got kids. So you got a smaller pool. You had a bigger pool and still couldn't pick nothing good. How you going to pick something good out of a smaller pool? You don't need to pick anything. You need to raise them kids. Then after you raise the kids, then look for a man and try again. But don't put it on the kids. It's not fair. Hey, how you doing, Yemi? It's not fair. It's not fair to the kids, and it ain't fair on the man you bringing in. Because you ain't going to find nobody half decent. And if you do, the kids ain't going to respect them. Even if you can find somebody half decent, the kids are not going to respect them. There really is no advantage. There is no advantage to a man picking up a woman with kids. Well, what's the advantage? You can find a woman that ain't got no kids. Well, what's the advantage? Everything is against you. The kids are against you. And if you try to exert any kind of dominance in that household, when them kids get bigger than you, they're going to beat the crap out you or kill you. So what benefit is it? If you can lay up with anybody, because that's all she bringing to you. You can lay up with somebody that ain't got no kids and have your own. What benefit is it to lay up with somebody else's kids and raise them and be the odd man out? No matter what you do, you the odd man out. You ain't my daddy. You can't tell me what to do. What advantage is that? It's nothing but a recipe for trouble. Me and my sister, we gave our stepfather hell. And then when they had a child, we used that child as a scapegoat to get over on everything. He'll beat us, but he won't beat his own child. Yeah, he did it. It was him. It was your son. You blame me for it. Don't blame me for it. Liz, what you just said was great. She says, my brother is raising a child who is not his, and he treats her as his own, and she loves and respects him as well. And she said, it's his stepchild, not always the case. You're always going to have people that can do wrong and still make it. That's not the case for everybody. It doesn't excuse the fact that the woman that he with gave herself and provided a child for another man. So therefore, there is no spiritual connection between your brother and his wife. It's only a man-made, court-ordered connection. And that's why it can get volatile. Now it's possible for them to get into the church and get into the word. And maybe this woman will realize, hey, I messed up the first time, but this time I got a man that's willing to stay. And we can make something out of this. And we can make this a blessed home. But whatever she was doing the first time, she got to cut that out. That's more important than anything else, because that's what caused it. Now, if she lucked up and found the man that's willing to stay with her, despite the fact that she gave her body and her womb to another man, then it's up to her to make sure that they cling to the word. And she makes sure that they're a holy household. Because whatever she was doing to get that first child, she's got to stop it. That's the one thing. We have the power. The devil doesn't have the power. He only has power when we allow him to have power. We can change. We can make a mistake and say, hey, I got away from you. Now I'm back. I learned my lesson. See, people that make mistakes, they make great examples. But if she went out and had a child with another man, and then she with your brother, and while they're together, she have another child, and then she get tired of him and go get another man, and then have a child with him. Now she got 3 children. She had been through 3 men. 5 years later, she leave him and go find another man. Now she got 4 children. That's That's a cycle that got to break. That's a cycle that you got to break. And what does the children see when they see mom going from man to man? The men think it's okay to have multiple women, and the children think, the girls think that it's okay to go from man to man. You know? I told y'all it was a young lady. I was 10 and she was 8. And I thought the world of her. But she only used me to get candy and stuff. Then I met her 20 years later. She had grown into a beautiful woman. But she had a baby's father. She had a baby's father that was crazy. In and out of jail. Wouldn't leave her alone no matter where she ran. She even ran to her mother's house. He busted out the windows of the mother's house 4 times. When I ran across her, he had just did it again. And she was trying to, I had a 1-bedroom apartment, and I was like, well, I only got 1 bedroom. And I said, if you have a girl, that's not acceptable. And she asked me, could I give her $500? Because the ex-boyfriend had just did it again. And she asked me if I could talk to the boyfriend to get him to stop. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Why would she want to involve me in that situation? Because you know what would happen? We would meet and somebody would end up dead. See, if you listen to what the devil telling you in your head, there's nothing but destruction and mayhem. I told her she must have lost her mind. This man don't even respect your mother's house. What make him think that he's going to respect me? He don't even respect the sanctimony of your mother's house. What the heck make you think he's going to respect me? What do I get out of this? You pick that man. And now because you're afraid of him, now you want me to step in. What do I get out of it? He ain't already used you and beat you up. I had to help raise his daughter. What do I get out of it? The daughter know him. No matter how nice I am to her, I'm just a fill-in. Because I ain't her daddy. And you never know when he gonna come kick the door in and kill us in our sleep. What the heck do I get out? No, get out my house. Lose my number. You created this. You listen to your daddy, the devil. Go run to him. Don't pull me into this. I see it coming, and I'm not going to be involved. And I walked away. I'm not going to sit. I'm not going to be sitting down central booking. Because where would she be at? With another damn man. While I'm sitting down there doing 40 to life. Where's she going to be at? She got a baby father that's that crazy, and yet she had a baby with him. That's on you. You deal with it. Don't bring nobody else into it. That's your problem. You made that mess. And you want somebody to come in and be a hero. You want somebody to come in and be super simp and be sitting there in the graveyard or doing 40 to life because of a bad decision that you made. You knew what that man was like before you had that baby with him. And you still stayed there and had it. The fact that somebody will bust the windows out of your mother's house 5 times. I told you when I was growing up, if all you did was run to your porch, if you made it to your property, bullies would stop chasing you because they respected the sanctimony of your household. If he bust the windows out your mother's house 5 times and your daddy ain't around, so your mom was the only one helping you and was helping you and his daughter, and he still went and bashed the windows out of a house where his little girl was sleeping at, that man don't give a damn. But yet, you still kept laying up with him. And now, you want to bring somebody else into it. You want to find a simp. I'm not your simp. Faster Life says, that was a great story, bro, of this and what I'm talking about. That's right, Brother D. Don't simp for nobody. Well, I ain't simping many a day, but that stopped my simping. Stopped right there. When I found out a woman got another man, I exit the stage. There ain't no reason. Because either I'm going to kill him or he's going to kill me. And both our lives are going to be done. Because somebody's going to be doing 40 to life and somebody's going to be in the graveyard. But that woman, what's she going to do? Go find another man and get in between her legs and do it all over again. Do it all over again. If a woman is not for God and got God on her mind, I ain't attracted to her. I don't care how good she look. If you following the devil, all you is a tragedy waiting to happen. I don't be part of your tragedy. Don't draw me in. Well, Faster Life, you got a lot of men out there that just can't get a woman. They know they can't get a woman, so they know that they have to get somebody with kids. That's just the way it is. And they'll lay up with them. You got a lot of pedophiles and molesters that can't wait for them little kids to grow up so they can mess with them. That's what you got to look forward to. That's why I say the women should not have nobody. You shouldn't bring nobody around your kids until they're grown. Find yourself a man that got his own place You come over there and see him, find somebody to babysit, and you come over and see him. Your children should not see somebody. Now, when the kids is 18 and they're out on their own, then you start looking for a husband. But you should not be looking for a husband while you raising small children. That is not acceptable. It's not. That's you trying to find the person in school you wouldn't mess with. But now that you got 2 or 3 kids and you're desperate, now you say, hey, come on. You know back in high school you wanted me. Come on. And let that man go through all them years of turmoil. The fact of the matter is, he's in danger. We had somebody, we showed the video last week. The new boyfriend. He pulled up in front of the house, the woman in the car. The man shoot the boyfriend on the spot. What did he do? Other than take her out. He's dead now for taking her out. Taking her out, trying to get some easy cooch. That's all he was doing. Trying to get some, why he couldn't take out a woman that ain't got no kids. And get some easy cooch. Because a woman that ain't got no kids is going to make him work for it. She's going to make him work for it. So just get somebody that already got some. That's easy. They desperate. They don't have that many choices. If you're a decent guy, you in there. And then you sit there and say, I want a child of my own. They tell you, no, I got my tubes tied. I ain't having no more children. Well, you expect me to raise somebody else's children? I can't get one? Somebody talk to me. Factual Life says, women are like cars. You got to test drive before they are committed, and once they get a lot of mileage, trade them in for a new one. Factual Life says, I'll marry a Nissan though, they are reliable. Liz said, laugh out loud. Factual Life said, exactly, bro. Factual Life said, I remember dating a woman who had 3 kids. She was so loose, I got up in the middle of intercourse and was like, what the F is this? I'm not hitting any walls. You must have had some big head kids. Kid with some big heads. But yeah, because see, a woman don't realize, and I keep saying it over and over again, and it don't stick. In the biblical days, men could have multiple wives, but he had to keep them and take care of them. Women that have multiple husbands, because every time you lay down and have sex with somebody, that's your husband. Women that have multiple husbands, they're not valued. They're not valued. And this is the reason why these men turn violent. These baby fathers, they turn violent because they were the first. And they don't want nobody. They don't want nobody else in you. Even if they don't want you no more, they don't want nobody else going in you. That's the problem that women don't understand. Well, I left him alone, but he's still coming and killing. Because if you were his first, you always are the first. You are tied together for life. And when you break it off, or you do something to make him leave, he's always going to be drawn back. And that's why there's so much violence in these situations. A man does not want somebody else going where he got to go. If a man know you got 4 or 5 different men and still want to lay up with you, he don't give a damn about you. He don't. If a man don't care that you got multiple lovers, he don't care about you. Liz said, "Oh mercy." Fresh Light said, "Multiple wives. I can barely deal with one." Fresh Light said, "Too much nagging." He said, "Right, brother." Well, in biblical days, the women didn't nag you. You slapped in the mouth. Now you can't do nothing. Biblical days, the man ran the house. Now the woman run the house and everything else. And all you hear the men saying is, "Yes, dear. Whatever you say, dear. Whatever you want, dear." We showed a video where a man beat a dude up. The man beat a dude up because he slapped his sister. I mean, he beat that dude up. And I guarantee you, that man that did the beating up, he ain't probably slapped many a women. But see, back in the day, the brother would have said, "What you do wrong, sis?" But today, the brother will say, "Where is he at? I'll kill him." Y'all see? Do y'all see the example of how the values have changed? Go overseas and just watch how the couples act. Then come back to the United States. You be like, "Shit, I'm getting on the plane. I'm going to stay over here. I ain't coming back." Yeah. Watch how much respect the men get over there and then come back to the United States. You even look at a woman wrong. "Well, I'm going to call 911. I'm going to call my dad and my brothers." The problem with feminism is it makes the man make concessions that he can't keep. It's supposed to be the woman with the man standing beside him as his support being. Feminism makes the woman want to stand in the front and have her girlfriends as the support being. Where they leave the man at? Special Light says, "Left how loud. I wish I could, bro. I wish I could. The Middle East got it right." If you could bring some of them attitudes back over here. You know, in the old days, you really didn't have to be that educated to get a good job. You really didn't. But now, you had to have all this education, and then you competing with your mate. Whatever you brought home, it was the woman's job to make it work. If you had to have leftovers twice a week, whatever it took, that's what it was. Now you can order takeout. Woman ain't even got to cook. Somebody was teasing me about my oven. Y'all know the landlord didn't contact me today, right? I told him about it. I showed him. He came by. I had already paid the rent, but he came by looking for it, and I showed him. Told him about the radiator too. How him jumping on it to put the air conditioner in. Then he got to sit there and be dancing. Like, but when he came back with the second air conditioner, I put it in the window. He taller than me. I didn't have to stand on the radiator to put it in. When you let values go, you let everything go. Value is more important. Value. But like I was saying, people wanted to make fun of my stove. There are some women that don't even know how to turn a stove on. But they can go in that office and make them phone calls. They can go in them boardrooms and make them deals. They wouldn't know an apron from an oven mitt. And if they stay single and don't have children, God bless them. But don't expect to have a real man. Because a real man isn't going to let you run all over top of him. If you got a man and he lets you run all over top of him, the relationship can't work for long periods. Because there's no way the most spineless man is going to reach his point. And there's no way a woman can respect a man that lets him run all over top of him. Even if she want him to let him do it, she's not going to respect him. And what that means is bastard children. And then she goes in her search to try to find a man that's going to let her walk all over top of him. As she keeps doing that search. Because see, she got competition. There's a lot of women. And if all you got is you make good money, suppose somebody else come along and say, hey, I see you with her, y'all don't have no kids together. You raising her kids, I don't have no kids. Why don't you come hook up with me? That man gone. That man Gone. That man is gone. No hesitation. No kids to deal with, and she make more money. Don't have to spend no money on the kids. She might can get him a car and some clothes, and he gone. Fact of Life says, appreciate it, Brother D. So let's look at our first article. Our topic today. That's why I love doing the sermons, because we never stay on topic. At random, what's the first story? Alright, this is our first. I don't know what this story is. I don't even remember. Let's see. What does Satan want? What does the devil want? We cannot become successful followers of Jesus until we understand that we have an enemy who works tirelessly to turn us back to our sinful nature. Scripture has quite a bit to say about Satan, yet most Christians are ignorant about him. God has written some adamant warnings about our enemy, and we need to heed them carefully. Many Christians are under constant attack by him, but have no idea of the battle therein. They think their lack of joy, broken relationships, and failures in life originate with them, when in reality their troubles are because they are following the voice of the enemy of their souls, but are completely unaware of it. Satan is a liar and a murderer. This part of him comes from his true nature, which according to the Bible consists of arrogance, vanity, envy, and selfish ambition. When we act in such a manner, we align ourselves with Satan as enemies of God. This is why the mark of a child of God is humility and absolute surrender to our Lord. Paul got to the essence of this idea in Philippians 2:3, where he wrote, "Do nothing out of rivalry or conceit, but in humility consider others as more important than yourselves." What does Satan want? Satan hates God with all of his being. God is perfect and untouchable, but we aren't. So Satan goes after God's children, you and me. He gets us to hurt one another and turn our backs on our Father. Why do we let this happen? Satan is crafty. He disguises his hatred and pretends to be our Father's friend at first. Once we let him into our lives, we start to hear subtle whispers that appeal to our egos. Why did the Father give your sister that gift instead of you? Look at your brother. He has to always get all the attention. Your brother likes art, and everyone tells him he's so good at it. I think art is disgusting and offends God, don't you? Look at your sister studying science. Everyone knows that your God disagrees with science. You should say something about this to your brothers and sisters. She shouldn't be allowed to come around. The lies start to get more specific as Satan becomes entrenched in our lives, because hatred can't really take root without self-loathing. You're so ugly. Look at how your sister looks down on you. Your brother is smart and you're stupid. He thinks he's better than you. You'll feel better if you drink this or snort that. And finally, why do you go on living? No one likes you anyway. At least if you were dead, they'd appreciate you. They'd feel bad for how they treated you. The good news, God has already defeated Satan. Sometimes we get this idea, probably from other religions, of an equal duel between God and evil happening in the heavens. This is not the case. Satan was defeated and cast out. The only duel now is for your heart and mind. Satan can't touch God, so he attacks his children, and he does this by exploiting our sinful nature. He does it by appealing to the pride in each of us. With the fall, sin became our nature, and four great separations occurred according to Genesis 3. 1. People became hostile to one another. Adam blamed Eve. 2. People became hostile to nature. Nature became cursed and became a source of labor for him. 3. People became hostile to themselves. Adam felt shame and hid from God. 4. People became hostile to God. When God asked them what had happened, Adam blamed God, saying, "The woman you gave me did it." It's no surprise then that Satan exploits these separations. He seeks to push our flesh in its natural direction, toward hatred of one another, nature, ourselves, and God. As James wrote, if you have bitter envy and selfish ambition in your heart, don't brag and deny the truth. Such wisdom does not come from above, but it is earthly, unspiritual, demonic. The Spirit of God unifies and makes peace while Satan divides. When we create unity among others, even at the expense of our own ambition, when we authentically build others up, and when we serve, we display the Spirit of God. When we gossip, slander, act out of jealousy, and create division, we show that we're following the voice of Satan, acting as enemies of our Savior and Creator. What does Satan want? He wants to hurt God by separating him from his children and by separating his children from one another. How can we tell when Satan is at work? Satan can perform miracles and cause people to do so. 2 Thessalonians 2:9-10, Revelations 13:13-14. Many Christians have been led astray by false teachers who have performed great signs. How do we tell the difference? When the Spirit of God is at work, all the glory goes to Jesus. When Satan is at work, the glory goes to people. The Spirit of God always brings peace. Satan always brings stress and anxiousness. The Spirit of God always brings unity and equality. Satan seeks to divide and elevate some people over others. The Spirit of God always brings clarity. Satan brings complication and confusion. How can we really understand what truth is? Asked his servants. It's the same lie he told Eve at the beginning. Did God really say? Genesis 3:1. Well, yes, he did. When the church is divided, the cause is often false leaders in the church who, out of ignorance, laziness, or greed, complicate the gospel, adding some form of works, tradition, or hierarchy. This allows one group of people to elevate themselves over another, selling out the free gospel of Jesus and controlling others. Jesus is not unaware of their schemes. Believers who are walking in obedience to God's word have nothing to fear because they are protected by Christ. He has rescued us from the domain of darkness and transferred us into the kingdom of the Son he loves. Colossians 1:13. However, when we knowingly commit sin, we open ourselves up to Satan's deceptions. We must exercise patience with those who are not walking with Christ because their minds are blinded. Perhaps God will grant them repentance, leading them to the knowledge of truth. Then they may come to their senses and escape the devil's trap. Heaven by captured by him to do his will. 2 Timothy 2:25-26. To those who are the truth, the arguments of unbelievers are senseless. But we mustn't condemn them or curse them, but pray for them. Only prayer and patience will unlock the minds of unbelievers so they can see the truth. How do we fight him? As we will see time and again, Scripture calls us to be in the fight. The first call to fight is the fight against Satan. Put on the full armor of God so you can stand against the tactics of the devil. For our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the world powers of this darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavens. This is why you must take up the full armor of God, so that you may be able to resist in the evil day, and having prepared everything, take your stand. Ephesians 6:11-13. Satan is a liar. His power comes through appealing to our pride and our flesh. If we surrender to God, Satan has no hold on us because our lives will be shielded by the arm of God. We want to know who he is and what his schemes are so we can then recognize when he is deceiving us or others. We too often engage in the lie rather than the liar. Life according to the flesh, which is under perpetual harassment by Satan and his lies, always brings pride, discord, and division. Life according to the Spirit always brings humility, peace, and unity. Satan uses the same tactics he did thousands of years ago because they have always worked. He moves among us, appealing to our pride. These are still his main temptations to God's people. Now we see the immense responsibility that God has given to each of us. We must humble ourselves so that we can fight. Once we know what is wrong with us and who our enemy is, we are ready to become the people that God has called us to be. Let me check the chat. And let me pop the chat out. Alright, and then do a refresh so it'll restore. And then we have it out here. Okay, let me see. Pastor Life says, preach it, Brother Lee. All right, let's get to our next topic here. Where we at? All right. A lesson from the last moments of Jesus' life. Let me blow this up so y'all can say it. Can y'all say it? Alright. I can go one more time. Alright. The major battle we face in this life is not what is seen, but what is not seen. Satan is intensely and intentionally opposed to what God is doing. And the greatest defense we have is not our offense, but rather our dependence. Jesus is prayerful and successful. The disciples are prayerless and careless. First, we must understand from the story in Luke 22:23 that Satan intentionally opposes what God is doing in this world. In the last moments of Jesus' life, it is remarkable how many times Satan is found in the story in obvious ways, much less how he is found lurking behind the scenes. In 23:3, we read that Satan enters Judas. We could discuss the views on what this means, but it's not important for our purposes. For now, simply note that Satan is actively working against God's purposes, seeking to destroy the Messiah. In Luke 22:31, we find that Jesus makes it clear that Satan wants to sift like wheat the disciples. Although Jesus is talking directly to Simon Peter, you in verse 31 is the plural form, which identifies all the disciples as the target. In verse 32, it's singular, so the comment is directed toward Peter. The verb has the idea of pick you to pieces or tear you apart or ruin you. Satan aggressively wants to destroy those followers of Jesus, seemingly putting to death any momentum Jesus might have gained in drawing people to himself. Finally, in Luke 22:53, we see that the power of darkness seems to be winning the day, which will culminate in the death of Jesus on the cross. This calls our attention back to Luke 4. Satan even actively sought to lure Jesus away from the path that had been laid out for him by the Father. This intense and intentional opposition of Satan to God's purpose extends to us as well. In 1 Peter 5:8, Peter warns the believers who are under persecution to be on alert because our adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. In other words, he wants to tear us to pieces as well, like a lion in its natural habitat. He sits back and looks for the vulnerable and weak so that he might devour his prey. Ephesians 6:10-12 underscores this battle as well. Our battle is not against flesh and blood, but rather against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. Verse 13 adds that we are to take up the armor so that we can withstand the evil every day. Verse 16 encourages us to take our shield in order to extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. We are in a battle daily until Jesus returns. Second, we can note the strategies that are used in this story to prepare for the battle. I want us to see the contrast between Jesus' preparation and the disciples' preparation. I want to begin with the disciples. In Luke 22:33, after Jesus warned the disciples, the you is plural, and Peter, Jesus is addressing Peter, that Satan is after them. Peter basically states, bring it on. He cannot imagine a scenario in which he might deny Jesus. He announces his willingness to even go to prison or die, but he will never deny Jesus. We find a similar conviction in all of the disciples in Luke 22:24. After Jesus announces that one of them is going to betray him, they are speechless. They cannot imagine being in a place where they would consider betraying Jesus, much actually doing it. In fact, their discussion turns into a debate about which of them is the greatest. Their questions turn to arrogance. They believe that they are strong, even the strongest in the bunch, but they are weak. Knowing their vulnerability in Luke 22:40, Jesus calls them to pray so they will not be lured away from their conviction of faithfulness. However, they sleep. Peter and all the disciples are in a vulnerable place and eventually lose their battle, succumbing to temptation. They all scatter from Jesus. The disciples are prayerless and careless. Jesus is the contrast of the disciples. The intensity of what he is about to encounter will be far more intensive than anything the disciples could ever imagine. However, in Luke 22:41-44, we find Jesus pouring out his heart in prayer. He wants to please his Father and continue in faithfulness. He recognizes his dependency. In the end, he successfully fulfills his mission and goes to the cross to die for our sins in obedience to his Father. Jesus is prayerful and successful. Prayer is strategic for any follower of Jesus. In Luke 22:40-46, Jesus had warned the disciples of their best plan of attack. They are to pray. In the end, we find they are all ready for physical violence, but not the spiritual battle. See Luke 22:38-49-50. The application for us is found in Ephesians 6:10-18. Paul encourages the church with these words: praying at all times in the Spirit, which is the Word of God, with all prayer and supplication, making supplication for the saints. His point is that we must be battle ready. We must continue the Lord's work until Jesus returns. Prayer must be an important part of our lives. Today's Jesus' words echo to us: pray that you do not enter into temptation. I find that prayer suffers in the lives of many, if not most, Christians. As a result of our lives probably look a lot more like the disciples who were found sleeping and eventually fell away. Let's learn a lesson from their lives. Let's honestly answer the questions. Does prayer exist in your life? Are we engaged in this battle that we cannot see by coming before the throne in prayer? And I mean prayer that does battle against the lust of the flesh, that wage war against the soul, that does battle against the pleasures, riches, and worries of this present age that can dominate our resources, that does battle against the course of this world that wants to suck us in, etc. Let's not follow the example of the disciples in Luke 22:23 and be prayerless and therefore careless. Let's follow the example of Jesus and be prayerful, therefore successful until Jesus comes. Anybody have any comments? Naya says yes. Naya said be right back. Jimmy says hallelujah. Alrighty. Y'all notice that there's something on the end of the title. And so everybody's always talking about wait a minute. Well, we could do that one, but this is more important. You know what I'm saying? You know, people always ask, or they'll come in here and say something stupid. And so I thought that I would address it. I wish I can get rid of this. And you still gonna give it to us. We don't want this, man. Where's the X at? Let's see if it pop up. Alright. People don't understand the difference between pastor, minister, and reverend. There is a difference. A pastor is a minister first. But a pastor is a minister that has his own congregation, has his own church, and has people that he preached to. Another minister that works in that church underneath of the pastor would be a regular minister or preacher. This is our platform, but on Wednesdays and Saturdays we have church, and sometimes on Sunday, sometimes on Monday we have Monday Mass. Now, some people can hate, but a fact is a fact. We have church here. And since it's my platform, I am the pastor. Now, I just explained to you what a pastor was. Now, a reverend is just a member of the clergy. So any one of the ministers that are under the pastor could also be called reverend. The pastor could be called reverend, because all reverend means is a member of the clergy. That's what reverend means. A minister is somebody who is called to come preach the word of God. Now, I've told y'all the differences, but let's see what they say. Pastor versus reverend. People often get confused about how to call the leader of their spiritual activities. Should it be pastor or should it be reverend? Most church community followers often make the mistake of interchanging. Wait a minute, because I think I made it too big. There we go. The mistake of interchanging these two religious titles, as they seem to be synonymous. This is perfectly understandable, as these two labels have their similarities. Note, though, that a pastor and a reverend also have differences between them. According to the dictionary, a pastor is defined as a minister or priest in charge of a church. He may also be a person giving spiritual care to a group of believers. On the other hand, reverend refers to a title or an initial for anyone who is a member of the clergy. Hey, I was right. All right, yeah. Both the pastor and the reverend may be influential to the church. As leaders, they may act as teachers, and they may be given opportunity to deliver Sunday sermons and give studies to children and adults on the different teachings of the Bible. In addition to this, these leaders are expected to make themselves as presentable as possible role model to the community and set examples on how to live a life centered on the teachings of the Bible. They are also responsible for doing good deeds intended for the accomplishment and growth of the church views, goals, and principles. As chiefs of the spiritual community, they may serve as counselors who give sound advice to their congregants depending on the situation, whether it's a husband-wife problem or teenage difficulties. Pastors and reverends at the same time should be servants and help the needy and disadvantaged through fundraisers or simply with words of encouragement. The difference between the pastor and the reverend nonetheless can be drawn by looking at the function of these labels when they are attached to a certain name. The pastor is addressed to a noun or specifically a person. The leader or minister of a church. On the other hand, reverend, according to the dictionary, is an adjective addressed to an honorable person who is worthy of being revered. It is used as a title of respect applied or prefixed to the name of a member of clergy or a religious order. If my memory serves me, the word reverend only appears in the Bible once, and it was revered. I can remember the line, he was revered. Yeah, I can't remember what chapter that is. But I know he was revered, and somebody turned that into reverend. Let's continue on. Maybe that'll help us. Is that it? Pastor is a function or an occupation, while reverend is an honorable title. For example, Smith, the minister of the church, can be called Pastor Smith. If you are referring to his position as a leader of the church, but you can also call him Reverend Smith. If you are addressing him with respect and honor, the same as Honorable Smith. Summing it up, you can call him Reverend Pastor Smith. Even some religious groups wonder why people call their pastors reverends when the Bible claims that the reverend is used only once. Yeah. Psalms 111:9. He sent redemption to his people. He has commanded his covenant forever. holy and reverend, it is his name. I told you I saw that. It was in Psalms 11:9. I knew I saw that in the Bible somewhere. But one theory from the church about the use of reverend instead of pastor originated and was used wisely. The word reverend mentioned in the Bible refers to the name of God. Thus, to give honor to pastors being one of the persons closest to God, they are called reverends. However, English grammar disregards the use of the word reverend as a standalone noun, whether it's singular or plural, though it can be accepted in informal languages. Summary: pastor is a noun. A pastor is the minister or priest in charge of a church. He is a person providing spiritual care to a number of people. 2. Reverend is an adjective. It is a title prefixed to a member of a religious order. It refers to the characteristics of a clergy. 3. Using reverend as a standalone noun is improper, though it is accepted in some informal language uses. That it? Yep. Well, while we here, you got something to cover that? All right. Let's keep it going. What's the difference between a minister and a pastor? Let's take a look. Before we go, let me tell you what I think. Now, y'all just help me pull that up, so don't sit there and say, yeah. Y'all just help me pull that up. I'm going to take a crack at it. What's the difference between a minister and a pastor? We already know that a pastor is the leader of a church, no matter what size. If he is the leader, he is the pastor of that church. My church might only have 10 or 11 members. Well, I'm the leader of it. I'm the pastor. You can get mad all you want. It's also somebody who preaches to a group of people. We do this every Wednesday and Saturday. Some of y'all are here all the time, some of you ain't. But I'm here preaching it. And that makes me a pastor. A minister is someone who has felt the call of God and wants to come bring the word of God to the people. Now the Spirit's not telling me that this is my own. This is my own I feel. The difference between a minister and somebody that's just talking is that the minister has felt the call from God, but that he has certain talents or strengths that God sees. That's why he called them. Because see, many are called, but few are accepted. We've been doing this for a while. I pretty much been preaching in my songs from 25 years ago. This ain't nothing new. I've been to Bible college. I studied theology and missionary when I was in Bible college. This was nothing new. Even as a young man, I served on the usher board. No matter how far I thought I left the church, I never did. I've studied under evangelicals, under Baptists. I've studied under Jehovah's Witnesses. I've been to Catholic school. So I have experience in a wide variety of religions here in the United States. Today, it is easy to become ordained. But being ordained does not make you a minister. Jesus once said, "What good is a tree if it doesn't produce fruit?" We've got years of my fruit on the vine. I had another YouTuber tell me, yeah, I got ordained years ago. He ain't got not one thing he preached up on YouTube. Not one thing. But felt the need to try to make himself equal. We got about 300, if not more, religious things that are up right now. Trying to bring people to come to God and Jesus. We got 300, at least 300, if not more, videos up. And we haven't slacked, we haven't slowed. We here banging away. Twice a week. And sometimes I throw a sermon in the middle of a show. Sometimes we'll do a Monday Mass. And I just came up with a new name for Tuesday. We'll call it Theological Tuesday, or Theology Tuesday, or Tuesday Theology. How's that? For when we do sermons on Tuesday. But where's the body of work? Where is the body of work? If you're a tree and you ain't producing no fruit, what good is a tree that don't produce no fruit? If you're looking to get something to eat, and you go up to a tree that's supposed to be a grape tree, there ain't no grapes on it. Supposed to be a pear tree, and there ain't no pears on it. Supposed to be an apple tree, ain't no apples on it. What good is it? It's not. It ain't doing Jesus and God no good. So I was personally offended when I went and looked over the dude's page. I ain't see him preach about nothing. But he felt that he could diminish. He felt that he could diminish. Because I said I got ordained, and he had thrown in, but I got ordained years ago too. What have you done with it? Getting ordained by a church group, what that got to do with your body of work? What did you have to do? We were doing sermons before I got ordained. A follower asked me to get ordained to shut the trolls up. When I saw it wasn't that difficult, I'm ordained by 5 different churches in the United States. And one of them is in Canada and Africa too. I'm ordained by 5 different places. I don't have the money to get all the credentials. Right now, we only have 3 physically in the hat from one of the churches. I'm not even wearing them there. I should put them on. But that's just an ordination. A church says we recognize him as a minister. But you got to do something with it. Jesus picked his 12 disciples. Out of the 12, how many of them actually produced good fruit? Well, you know about Matthew. You know about John. You know Peter was the leader of the church. You know Luke. So you got Matthew, John, Luke, Peter, James wrote something. So all of the 12 disciples did not produce fruit. All of the 12 disciples did not produce fruit. And Jesus handpicked them. So even the ones that Jesus picked didn't produce. You can't go read nothing about what they said. Where's the Gospel of Thomas? Where's the Gospel of the real Simon? Remember, it was 2 Simons, and so Jesus named the important one Peter Simon. We know him as Peter. What the other Simon do? Nothing. He got to keep the name and didn't do nothing. So a tree, they're supposed to have fruit. When you go to it, it never got no fruit. What good is it? So what good is somebody saying they ordained if their body of work is nothing? The body of work is more important. And we have a great body of work. Nobody can touch it. And people have been coming in here trolling, you a fake minister, you're fat, you're broke, you're ugly, your people don't donate like they do on Tommy's show and Vic's show. You don't get the donations because you fake and all that. But they never attack the content because they can't. They never attack my content because they can't. We don't have to look at articles. I could just write some stuff and do it. But I want you to see, because what I say is it backed up. We pull up things at random, like we're doing right now. At random. Are these people who you are going to say are scholarly? Will they back up what I say, or will they make me look stupid? We've been doing this for almost 3 years now. I ain't got tripped up once. That shows you fruit. But you got people that come on here and say they ministers, and they got their little scripts and everything. You don't see me use a script. People have talents. What's my talent? I can decipher scripture like that. That's a talent. Not only can I decipher it, I can put it into a way that a common man can understand it. You notice we ain't all proper, and that's not the audience that I'm looking for. I'm looking for the downtrodden, the people that's at the bottom, the people that Jesus looked for. I'm not trying to find somebody that think they straight. Somebody that think they good will never admit they ain't good. Yeah, well, I'm better than them. Look at me. I got a house and I got a car and a woman. No, I look for people who are willing to listen. You can't shove religion down somebody's throat. You can't do it. The people will leave. You have to approach, take care of the people that's willing to listen. If you're not willing to listen, you won't learn. You're going one end out the other. So that's what I think a minister is. A minister is someone who had the call, and someone who wants to enlighten people and bring them to Jesus and God, to get them to stop following their daddy, the devil, and come to the real Father. That's what I think a minister is. And it don't matter if he got a church or not. It don't matter if he got a YouTube show, if he on Facebook, if he on Instagram, if he on a corner with a daggone megaphone. If he is preaching the true word of God, he is a minister. Before we even look at this, let me see what the chat's saying, and then we'll continue on, and we'll see if the scholars back up what I'm saying. Let me see here. Nia says amen. Yemi says the difference is clear. Nia says laugh out loud. Yemi says, where did the reverend come from to be used for somebody in charge of the church? He says, praise the Lord. Well, we explained that. Where did the reverend term come from? It came from that song. What was it? 991? I had to go back and look. It came from that song. And it was saying that the person they were talking about was like God or close to God or a representation of God. And that's basically what a person of clergy is. We represent Jesus Christ and God. And when people think of that, they think of somebody walking around in a cloak. They think of somebody having a nice suit on, or somebody having a costume on like the Pope and looking all regal. That's superficial. What does the person teach? What does the person do? If I tell you, don't go out fornicating, but you catch me in a hotel room with somebody, I'm fake. If I tell you, don't go out there and sell poison to your people, then you find out that I work for the local drug cartel in my neighborhood, I will be fake. This is where the trolls get crossed up at. They want to downgrade, but there's not much to downgrade. I can't tell you, don't drink alcohol, and I'm sitting here every day. I can't tell you, don't smoke weed. I'm sitting here every day sparking up. You have to go by what the person is saying, and then is the person trying to do the behavior that he's trying to get you to do. I wish I was a better Christian. You know, there's an old saying, the best mechanics got the raggediest cars. They spend so much time worrying about keeping other people's cars straight that they don't take care of their own. That's a sign of a great mechanic. You got a great mechanic and his car is perfect, he's not a good mechanic. A great mechanic is more concerned about his people and their cars than he is in his own. I'm more concerned about how y'all are doing. I want y'all to have the best. Over the years, I've tried to mentor a lot of people on YouTube. Oh, by the way, that qualifies me as a pastor too. But let's see what these people got to say, and then we'll match it up and make your own decision. Was I on the money or was I not? And y'all saw me pull this out of random. I wish I can get rid of this. Anybody know how to get rid of this? Oh, there you go. That was easy. All right, let's slide that over. Minister versus pastor. There are many names given to the preachers of the faith across many specific religion, or the roles and titles of those people may somehow vary. So many people become confused with the terms priest, reverend, pastor, and minister. It is probably the pastor and the minister that have the most confusing distinction. Wait a minute, I gotta bring this down one, y'all, because I can't see the words. Bring it down just one. Alright, now slide it over. There you go. I hope y'all can see that. In the Bible, it is clearly defined that a pastor is a person holding an office. He must meet a certain criteria or qualification in order for him to become one. In the book of Titus and 1 Timothy, a pastor is described chiefly as an elder. The term itself is derived from the Greek word pame, which literally means shepherd. In the first chapter of Titus, pastors must be appointed in every city or district. As such, they must act as the area's overseers. Paul's conversation to a group of elders is also stated in the book of Acts, with him exclaiming to the group that they have been regarded as the overseers who will shepherd God's church. This clearly shows that a pastor is an elder. Furthermore, Titus 1:5-9 also highlights the important qualifications of a pastor. First, he must be a man above reproach. Second, he must be wed to only one wife. Third, he must possess the following qualities: prudent, temperate, hospitable, respectable, knows how to teach, not a wine addict, non-aggressive, peace-loving, gentle, and not easily enslaved by the passion of money. Fourth, he should be the father of his very own household. Lastly, he shouldn't be a newly converted individual and must bear irrefutable respect from people outside the church. In the Roman Catholic sense, the pastor is the priest of a certain parish, one single church community, unlike in the Protestant sense, whereas it's more of a job title offered to someone who is able to work as a religious head. In addition, ministers are generally found in the Protestant setup. To become one, this person should have been officially ordained. He can be an ordained minister, but is not immediately assumed to perform the duties of a pastor, whereas a pastor is already assumed to be able to perform the duties of a minister. When you become ordained as a minister, it means that you have been duly acknowledged as a trusted religious figure or authority. Summary. The term pastor means an elder, overseer, or shepherd. The pastor of the Roman Catholic Church is the priest of the parish. The pastor of the Protestant Church is the religious leader. It's more of a job position or title. The term minister means preacher. All pastors can perform the duties of a minister, but not all ministers can act as pastors. Anybody have any questions? Yemi says a great mechanic should make sure that his car and his customers are okay. Too much of saying do as I say and not as I do. I got that expression actually from a mechanic. I said, is that your car over there? I said, well, I got a flat tire. He said, yeah, I know I got a flat tire. I said, when you going to fix it? He said, well, when I get done fixing your car. I said, well, don't you think ain't you going to be tired? Shouldn't you have fixed your tire first? And then that way, when you get done, you can get in your car and drive home. And instead, you got to go change the tire. And he says, look, I'm dedicated to my people. I want to make sure that your brakes don't fail. I want to make sure your axle don't fall out. I want to make sure your battery don't die and leave you stranded in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to take care of y'all first. Then I'll take care of me. I know how to fix a car. I'll be all right. If I break down somewhere, I can fix it on the spot. I'm good. But I want to make sure that y'all are okay. Because without y'all, I don't have a car. So I'll get to my car when I get done with y'all stuff. But I'm going to make sure that y'all good first. Everybody that come in here and see me, I want to make sure they leave happy. Then when y'all are gone, then I can do what I want to do and I can go here and fix my tire. That's where I got that from, Yemi. There are days when I come, I don't know why, every Wednesday or Saturday, I feel the worst way. And I'm going to tell you something right now, Yemi. I actually took all my medicine the correct way. I had to kick out $45 yesterday, but I got all my medicine. All of them. I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. And I wanted to make sure that I took all my medicine. We ain't missing nothing. So that when I go tomorrow, it's going to be a good session. And as a matter of fact, I've been eating stir fry, which ain't nothing but vegetables, and some imitation meatballs. And I boil them in the pot. And then I strain them. I put them on a strainer. And then I put a little bit of canola oil in the pan. And then I put them right in the frying pan. And then I fry them. And then I put them back on the strainer and let them strain. in case any of the canola oil was on them. Then I put them in the bowl, and I've been eating that. And I got some eggs and some bread, and I've been toasting the bread, and I make the eggs, and I've been eating that, and I'm hoping that I'm flushing, so that when I go to the doctors, hopefully I have a good weight. Hopefully they won't find nothing. Hopefully they'll say everything's good. I've been so good over the past 4 days. But you know what? I'm in the mood. I've been craving a cheesesteak. And I'm thinking about ordering something. I've been very good. I'm thinking about ordering the cheesesteak special. Sub fries for $9.99. Thinking about treating myself. You know, the wrestling come on tonight. Maybe I should order something to watch the wrestling with. I've been good. Yemi says, I know I'm just saying that a man of God should preach what he can do. I already told you, Yemi, I want to hold my little girl in my arms again. She's already there. There's no way she couldn't be. She only lived 40 days. She didn't get to sin, do anything. She's already there. If I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, I'm not going to see it. I want to see her again. That's my only child. And even though she died of sudden infant death syndrome, I still feel as her father, I should have been able to do something. You don't know what it's like to try to give CPR to an infant. And they cough up blood into your mouth. If you've never done that, you don't understand. You don't understand. The fact that the child was showing an advanced capabilities. If you held her up, she was trying to stand up. 40 days old. If you talk to her, she would turn around and look at you. Like she really understood what you said. Those are the memories that I had. I would come home from work. I would get home 2 in the morning. First thing I would do was go grab her, and she and I would sit and we would watch the wrestling. But that one day, I came home from work and I couldn't get her out of her mother's arms. And the fact that I came back to try twice and didn't succeed, that was the only night of her life that she didn't spend with me. That was the only night of her life she did not spend with me, and she was taken from me. I've had to live with that since 1997. So I'm looking forward to seeing her again. I'm looking forward to seeing her smile. I don't know if she's still going to be a baby. I don't know if she's going to be a full-grown adult. I don't know. But I do know. That's what drives me. And not only do I want to see her, I want us to have sermons up in the sky. I want y'all there as well. And that's why I come. So that we all can get up off this nasty earth and get ourselves ready for a life of paradise with no pain, no aches, no worries, no diabetes, no heart problems, no cancer. Can you imagine that world? No violence, no evil. Can you imagine that world? That's something to look forward to. Because what do you have to look forward to down here? The people that's rich ain't happy. The people that ain't rich ain't happy. The people that's stuck in the middle are the maddest of all. You got people that sit there and buy these things and think that they are doing something, but they have to keep buying. If you keep up on clothes, every year the new thing come out. So what you just bought ain't no good. If you keep yourself up on electronics, every year something new came out. You just blew everything on this big fancy 50-inch TV. Now they out with a 100-inch TV. Now they out with 100. Every time you sit there and kick your money out, you got to go buy something else. If you living for this world, it never stops. You could go buy the nicest gun in the world. Then next year, after you spend all that money on that gun, now they got a gun, they got a gold trigger on it. You ain't got the gun with the gold trigger on it? Ah, man. Then the next year, they got the platinum trigger on it. Now you got to go buy that. Then next year, they got the gold bullets, gold bullet cases. Bullet cases plated in 14 karat gold. Ah, you got to get it. You ain't got that. It never ends. When you follow the devil, it never ends. Because he got to keep you busy. That's why I said, why would somebody need 16, 17 cars? You got to keep them all maintained. You got to keep them up. That's keeping you busy. And then you find out somebody got 17. Well, I guess I better go buy me another one. Now I got 18. But guess what? Jack got 22. Ah, crap. I got 23 now. Nope. John just got 25. I got 27. What the hell you mean with 27 cars? But you being kept busy. You distracted. You're being pulled further and further away from God because you're loving material items down here. I'm looking forward to a day when my back don't hurt. I'm looking forward to a day when my knee don't hurt. I'm looking forward to the day. Forward to the day when my heart don't skip a beat. I'm looking forward to them days. I'm just down here. This ain't my home. I'm like E.T. I want to phone home to paradise when it's time to leave here. And now that y'all know that, why don't y'all want it? You know, people worrying about the presidential election. I don't care who the president is. I'll come on here and talk about them because that's what y'all like to hear. I don't care who the president is. I'm still going to be in the same position I'm in no matter who it is. So why does it matter to me who the president is? Things are going to change a little bit if we get a new one, but not much. But it's a distraction. Y'all, the election didn't get, look, he got 17, let 21. It's a distraction. That's all it is. Lady told me at the when I went to vote before I walked in, she said, the Ravens lost last night. I said they did. I didn't even know they played. She goes, oh, well, they lost. But she must have been a Steelers fan. But I looked at her like, man, I don't care. I ain't gonna say, see, they want you to have that city pride. And I'm like, the Ravens losing ain't gonna help me. It's a distraction. Just like when I get off here, I'm gonna watch my wrestling. It's a distraction. I ain't gonna put my wrestling versus coming here because the wrestling came on at 8 o'clock. One on USA and one on TNT. Wrestling came on at 8 o'clock. It's 9:28. If I was that much into the wrestling over religion, I'd be watching the wrestling. But no, I'm here with y'all. I can watch the wrestling after the show. As a matter of fact, the channel I watch it on, that gives them time, to take it and take out the commercials. And so that's why I don't mind when the pay-per-views come on. Victor Moan's showing for free, but why go to his website and watch it in 480 when I can watch it in 1080 on the site when they have the UFC? If it's somebody I know, I can go watch it. I watch it for nothing. The boxing, I can watch the boxing. If they put it on there, I can watch the boxing for free. That's why I haven't missed cable. I don't miss cable. I don't miss it at all. And I tell you something, I don't miss the commercials. And the YouTube commercials, 5 seconds, you can skip them. I can deal with that. I discovered a new site. It's called, it ain't new, because I've seen it before. It's called Popcorn Flicks. It's a couple movies on there I want to watch. I ain't got around to it. I get to it when I get to it. It's a distraction. I'm looking around. I found out that I'm still trying to figure out how to stop the music player from it's a speaker inside the computer, and it's really annoying. I mean, it's annoying. But well, instead of telling you, let me show you. Maybe some of y'all can help me out with this. These are the things that I'll be working on. Where's Windows Media at? Is that it? That Windows Media? Alright. Now, all we gotta do is go over here to sound. The little speaker icon on the right hand side. Go to Open Sound Settings. And go to Sound Control Panel. Now, if y'all look here, we got 2 items, right? This first one, you can see it better here. It's called LFW 408, and this is the Intel display adapter audio. Now, if you want your TV to play, if you want your computer to play on TV, you have to use the adapter port. Now, you have a driver for audio, and you got one for video. Now, I had to get an adapter to make it go to HDMI. That driver that comes for the adapter has an audio driver that's 5.1 capable, right? Y'all know that we sending 6 tracks, stereo and left and right. So that's really 12 tracks that we sending to YouTube. I don't know if they can handle it, but we sending it, right? So we are recording this in 5.1. I can do 7.1 too. But the PC, they haven't made a 7.1 that I found yet. I ain't found it yet. I ain't found it. Don't quote me on that. But y'all can see that this has its own driver. And if you look, if we go to, you see this is on default. If we go to properties, right? You can look at supported formats and you see Dolby Digital right here. Can I move this up so y'all can see it? You see Dolby Digital right here. Right? It has its own driver built in. Right? But we want to use the PC. Then you come here and you go to properties. Uh-oh, it's not here anymore. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Uh-oh, it ain't showing up anymore. Are you serious? I find that weird. Why it's not showing up? I don't know why it ain't showing up. I ain't gonna worry about it. But what I found was, if I play a song, like we still got a song, like we ain't took our break yet. If I play a song,
sermon, everyone. This
right?
is Brother Derek, Minister Brother Derek. And
now, if I make this the default,
and I want to tell you some things
shucks.
that you can use.
Whoa. That sounds terrible.
St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night.
That sounds absolutely horrible.
But our flesh is not something
Now.
alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of it.
So we using the driver that came.
But these are the things that God hates. So
we using the driver that came with the display audio. But if anybody knows, that sounds awful. They can keep that. I'm going to the bathroom.
Those $1 bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace, and I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, you're free or race, by believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all, black and white, short or tall. He only asks us to be more like Him. Then you won't want to sin. Let God into your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil and this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. Keep open at your Keep this away at your faith. Keep away from God's grace. So bring to Jesus, He'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff, scouting, shouting things in your ear, chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert, get close to the Father, and tell Satan and his army, man, don't even bother. But I say this, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those $1 bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart, your thoughts, and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell. I wish you peace. I wish you well. It doesn't matter if you rich or poor. Your creed or race. By believing in Jesus, we're all born to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says no right or wrong. Fulfill your wants. Go along with the crowd or feel the wrath of that tongue. This country's going to hell in a basket, no a casket. And if you think you're labeled a fanatic, a Bible quoting, scripture quoting do-gooder, who's living in a fantasy world, waiting for a heaven that never comes, but God's will be done. You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge unfurl. Because I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will lose your place in heaven or the fires of hell.
I wish you peace, and I wish you well.
This is Minister Brother Jack, and this is a new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you.
Alrighty. Like I said in that song, you can't take it with you. Why worry about things that you can't take with you? So I know some of y'all have been waiting. Some of y'all probably ain't went and cheated and went to see what was going on. So let's go see what's going on. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. All right, let's see what's going on with the results. Knew it was a commercial. All right, there, ready. Whoa, Biden got 264. I'm hungry. Snack time matter. Crack time matter. Crack time matters. They said crack times. Crack time matter. Crack time matters. All right, so we have a tie in the Senate, 48 to 48. And
great to see you.
House results: Democratic 204, 190 Republican. Uh, 89% are in Pennsylvania, and 94. And it, snack time matters. Snack time matters. Are you hungry? 'Cause snack time matters. Are you hungry? Snack time matters. Who? Who are these people? Tell them, say snack time matters. Lucy McBath, Carolyn Bordeaux versus Rich McCormick. They sound like Brady Bunch kid real names. She said, "Crack."
Watching Georgia tonight, final votes being tallied now, and President Trump suing the state along with Michigan and Pennsylvania. The president and the Georgia Republican Party now are focusing on Chatham County, asking a judge to account for ballots received after 7 p.m. on Election Day. Here to give us more perspective, constitutional attorney Paige. Paige, your reaction to the Trump lawsuit tonight?
Well, Jeff, I've had a chance to review it now pretty carefully, and it's really thin. There's not much there at all. There's no specific allegation of fraud. There's only some speculation that some of the ballots may have been mixed together with another set of ballots, but no direct evidence that any ballots that were received after 7 o'clock yesterday were counted or tabulated. So I think it's a preemptive strike, so to speak. But you have to think that if they filed this lawsuit, then there's nothing else out there to challenge. Because if this is where they want the focus to be as far as litigation in Georgia, it's a really weak start, in my opinion.
So then if they are willing to do a weak start in a thin case like this, what is the motivation? Is it purely politics, or is it something above and beyond that?
Well, I think what they're trying to do, and certainly there's a political reason, I think, for everything that's happening, perhaps with both campaigns at this point in the election, but they want to call attention to the counties that are critical right now. That would be Chatham, that would be DeKalb, that would be Fulton, where there's still a significant number of ballots to be counted. And so they think, I guess, if they can get a Superior Court judge to focus very intently on Chatham and perhaps these other counties, then they'll be more careful with the ballots. It'll slow the counting down. Not sure what the ultimate strategy is, but really there's not much to that lawsuit.
So let's say this. This lawsuit continues. It goes on, and here we are 4 or 5 weeks from today. You and I are on television talking about this. What are we talking about, and how has it morphed from, say, a caterpillar to a flying creature? I'm looking for a bad analogy here, and I found one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's any of that, Jeff. I mean, honestly, I think at the end of the day, if they win this lawsuit, all they've asked the judge to do is order the Chatham County folks to segregate the ballots that came in after 7. That's what Georgia law says right now. So they're not asking for anything extraordinary. It does not change the game whatsoever.
Do they want to get to the Supreme Court? Could that be the end game here?
It could, but this is a really poor way to do it. I think they need a more substantive challenge, perhaps in another state.
Paige, always enjoyed talking with you, and we are glad to have you part of our coverage last night and today. We enjoy your expertise. Thanks. All right, Chris, all yours.
really nice weather. You know, thank goodness we're not dealing with any storms or anything out there right now while everything else is going on with the vote counting. We had a high today of 69 degrees, and that's just 1 degree above average. It felt really great out there today. We had a lot of sunshine, really hardly even a cloud.
Come on, man. Yeah, commercial. Hey, nigga, my boy, what's that, Marquise Houston? I used to watch him do the phone. Look at him now. He blown up.
White voters that are coming in that just simply weren't there in 2016. Now in Nevada is going to be something that is very close, but again, it's the young Latino vote that is leading the charge. That is not the case for all Latino voters, but in those particular states, in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada, it is the young Latino voter that has been aging in. At Voto Latino, we have registered 67,000 in Arizona, 35,000 respectively in Nevada and in Georgia, and they have been responding. So I think it's still up for grabs, but I do think that just based on the demographic aging in, what we know what happened in Colorado, what we know what happened in Virginia a couple cycles back, that is the road that we see for Nevada, Arizona, and possibly Georgia.
I got to ask you, Maria, when this is all said and done, though, are you going to be looking hard at, the president did well with Latinos, relatively speaking, improved on his numbers from 2016, and also with the Black community as well. So it was an uneven performance for Joe Biden in terms of the Latino vote across the country.
I think that what we saw specifically in the Latino vote in Florida was that, unlike the states that I just mentioned, they did not have show me your paper laws. They did not have anti-immigrant laws. So the Latino person there was able to see and talk very much about why they fled their native lands, whether it was communism in Cuba, Venezuela, which was socialism, or even in Colombia, failed democracy. So that socialism message really stuck because they're not being pigeonholed, sadly, as show me your papers. Whereas in Virginia, Virginia was one of the reasons why it switched. But in Georgia, in Arizona, in Nevada, you see these show me your paper laws. In Texas, I mean, we're not talking about it tonight, but in Texas, you saw a 600% increase in the Latino youth vote because of the strenuous circumstances. And so, yes, the Latino vote is absolutely not monolithic. But when you start peeling apart, especially intergenerationally, where the opportunity is for the Democrats, it's the young voter. They're almost half of the eligible voters, and it's young Latinas, and it's female. It's the men that they are going to have to figure out, how do you talk to the men in the Latino community? They don't necessarily outperform their white gendered on the other side. That's terribly put, guys. But
we're all cruising on 20 minutes sleep.
but I think that the Democrats are going to have a real conversation and Latino males in a way that is authentic, that is meeting them where they are, and that can back a lot of the disinformation that we know actually is out there online.
All right, Maria Teresa Kumar and Hugh Hewitt, thank you for coming on. Another quick break here. We'll be back with more as Decision 2020 continues on NBC.
Hey, Glee. You said the end is night. Trump is out of here. And he said, sorry, sir. You know that what is not good? All right, y'all. We on commercial, and let me go ahead and call this order in. Oh, we got a moment here. So go get y'all something to drink. Go relax for a second. I'm gonna week for a second. Yeah, paper right here. Now I'm gonna draw a blank. Now I'm gonna draw a blank. Ain't no scenario. Your delivery? 1605 Homestead.
What should I order?
I want to order the 12-inch sub with the fries and soda for $12.99.
Yeah.
Let me get a cheesesteak. Let me get everything, extra fried onions, light hots, salt and pepper.
Okay. Canned Coke?
Can I get a 2-liter instead?
Yeah, which one?
2-liter Coke is fine.
Okay.
And let me get salt, pepper, and extra ketchup on the French fries. A lot of ketchup on.
Bank card?
Yes.
1940, give me card number.
All right, y'all, I'm back. Man, that was some bull crap. That was some serious. I ain't even gonna say nothing, but you know, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't even gonna say nothing. But that was some bull. That was some bull, and they know it. That was some bull. That was some bull. Number one, the pricing increased during the pandemic. They increasing the damn prices, but you know, they ain't gonna cry about it. But goddamn, y'all know that the phone started blinking. The guy had asked me the expiration date, and the phone started blinking on and off. Right, I tried to turn the flashlight on so I could see it, and I saw the phone wouldn't stop blinking on and off. So I set the phone down, and I picked up another phone, turned that on, got the flashlight to come on, and then the phone hung up on the guy. Then I called the guy back, and he talking to some black woman, and man, she asked 50 million questions. And I'm sitting there like, hello, hello, hello. And then he came back and asked for the expiration, and I told it to him, and he was like, all right, on the way, click. Had me on the phone all that time just to tell me them 2 words. All right. Click. I tell you, I shouldn't even be ordering anything, but now I supposed to have been there at 3:40. Now they ain't took that from me. I had the appointment for 3:40 in the afternoon. They don't call me back and ask me, can you come in at 2:40 instead? So now they took an hour from me. That's why I said I don't want no interruptions. I don't want to be worried about nothing, because I only got if I would have ate, I underestimated what I got, and if I would have, I wouldn't have had nothing to eat tomorrow. I underestimated. I should have got one more. You know, I got the meatballs and the stir fry. I should have got one more. I underestimated it, so I didn't want to have to wake up and then be running around trying to go get something to eat. So that's why I just went on and ordered something so that I can eat that tonight. Tomorrow I can eat the last of that. I can go have my doctor's appointment and everything be fine. We'll hit the market on the way back. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the wagon. But when I get to the hospital, I'm going to disconnect it. And I'll just carry it, and I'll have it in my hands. You know, when we get upstairs, I'll sit it somewhere in the office. And then when we leave, we get downstairs, I get out the elevator. I'll reconnect it. Hopefully, I don't have to get no blood work done. If I have to get blood work done, that's going to cause a slight problem. But it won't be killer. But it'll cause a slight problem. But I'll just connect it and ride down there, and hopefully nobody don't trip over it or step on it. That's what I gotta hope. Hopefully nobody trip over it or step on it. So we'll deal with that tomorrow. But I'm definitely bringing the trailer. Now I don't have to, but because I could just use a basket. I could put a basket on my lap like I did at the other place. So I guess I could do that. That ain't that big a deal. I could leave the trailer. And then we'll just get enough stuff. Today's the 5th. So we got 5 days into the 10th. And then I get the food stipend. Then we can go load up. So I guess okay. I thought about going today, but I said no. I went out yesterday, and if I go today, I'm going to be too tired to go tomorrow. So I said, well, we'll just sacrifice. Because if I would have went today, I would have spent that at the market anyway. So it's important to get that done. I took my medicine, and before I go to sleep, I'm going to take it again, and then I'm going to take it when I wake up. So I should be in really good shape for tomorrow. I should be in really good shape for tomorrow. I'm sitting here babbling on. Let me take the chat. before we get back to the presidential news? Anybody say anything? Naya said laugh out loud. Wait a minute, I did unmute, didn't I? Yeah. Well, if it wasn't trolls out here, I wouldn't have to worry about it. But, they would love to get my card number.
Can spend the most money to draw out, and then you layer in a Republican governor like Doug Ducey, who has his own electoral history in his state. And then you bring in the Cindy McCain factor. She, of course, came out in support of Joe Biden, but retaining her Republican credentials, not getting involved in other races, speaking to Republicans in places like Scottsdale, Maricopa County, truly red places where she has a long personal history with her late husband, of course, Senator John McCain. And if this ultimately becomes a Biden story in Arizona, that relationship of Cindy McCain may tell part of the story, especially with suburban women. But the Trump campaign is still arguing that their math is what they know best and their data is what they know best. And that as some of these results come in, Maricopa County, they're outperforming, they say, then you'll have a county like Pima County in Arizona, which could give Biden some more help. Close. Arizona is one of those states where the president spent a lot of time in 2016, not as much time in 2020. And you have to think that in the silence of these hours of waiting, if there isn't some thinking about places where they might have used the candidate's time, resources, and so forth, Arizona's history and the president's own personal combative history with the McCain legacy in Arizona may be part of the story as well. So that's something they're watching. And again, looking from Trump world perspective at Pennsylvania, they still see a path there, and of course they're counting on Georgia and North Carolina going their way. The pathways are fewer than for Joe Biden, and what is again striking is they are not filling the void in talking about where they see things going. Now maybe we can just chalk it up to everybody's tired and the wait is what it is, but it is notable that from a Trump White House we don't have a new tweet to tell you about or a new comment from the president. Savannah?
That in itself is a headline. Let's bring in Jeff Bennett covering the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. They put their guy out earlier today who made a very strong statement that he believes that he will win all this. What are you hearing right now?
That's right. And look, I'll take the baton from my good friend and colleague Kelly Owen talking about Pennsylvania, because as we wait for the numbers to come in, all we can really do is read the tea leaves right now in that state. And one Biden campaign staffer is taking part in what's happening in Pennsylvania's 17th district, particularly with Congressman Connor Lamb. He's a 36-year-old Marine Corps veteran who was sort of swept into office with all of the progressive energy in the 2018 midterms, sort of as a rebuke to President Trump's election in 2016. And right now, he appears to be in the lead. And so they are sort of extrapolating from that what Pennsylvania could portend for Joe Biden. And what's so interesting about that is that Connor Lamb campaigned with Joe Biden back in Iowa and talked a lot about the fact that as he saw it, Joe Biden could help down ballot candidates like himself. So right now the campaign is still expressing confidence and cautious optimism about how their candidate is faring. And one of the ways we know that is because today the campaign launched a transition website. It established its transition team some months ago, but today they launched a splash page for what they hope will be to come if Joe Biden, of course, is victorious.
I wonder if this is taking a little bit of a page out of the book, not a perfect comparison, but you go back to the 2000 recount and remember the Bush folks immediately took the stature and owned the idea that this was the president-elect. They started the transition process.
All right, so there ain't even no change in the news. Oops. Let's go back to the main page and see what the news is. Give me a refresh. And let's see. Find me some news. There ain't no news in that? Where the news at? Oh, this 4 hours ago.
Now to breaking news in Midtown. Large group of people protesting, calling to protect the results of the election. Dan Rice and Chopper 2 over this group right now. Dan, what's going on?
And Maurice, you can see a large group of people here on Fifth Avenue making their way from Bryant Park. They made it down to 31st Street. And you look at the front of that group, you can see every vote, count every vote. That's what this group is looking for right now. They are part of a group called Protect the Vote. They are in numerous cities across the country, in major cities, trying to get the word out there. A group that kind of protects the working class rights there in the democracy, looking to make sure that every single vote is counted in the election. As we bring the camera out here, what you're going to see are just hundreds of people that go over to City Block now. They're making their way down to Washington Square Park. So far, no problems with this group, just marching down the avenue, trying to get their voice out there and be heard. Reporting live in Chopper 2, Dan Rice, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Dan, we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you.
Joe Biden is the projected winner in Michigan, adding 16 electoral votes on his road to 270. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joining me now from Detroit. Steve, talk to us a little about turnout there and the impact it's been having on the race in Michigan. Looks very, very busy behind you.
You know, I think turnout is probably the biggest story of this election here in Michigan. It was expected to be depressed in certain areas. And remember, we're coming off of 2016 when turnout was the story. That was the thing that Democrats wanted to fix from last time to this time. That razor-thin margin was still haunting them. Less than 11,000 votes Donald Trump took this state. So their efforts were on those areas to try to get out the vote as much as possible. And by all appearances, it was successful. The totals that are going to come out are going to be historic, both in the overall vote, likely over 5.2 million voters, and then in the absentee vote, likely over 3.2 to maybe even 3.3 or 3.5 million absentee ballots. Let's just talk about that for a second, because you're talking about a state that has never had to deal with that level of influx of ballots. Before coming into this week, they were projecting that it would take well into maybe Thursday, maybe Friday, before they were even able to get close to a final tally. So the fact that we're talking about a projection the day after the election, that was never anything that was in the cards for the state of Michigan. So that is another win from the organization that has been on the ground here. And specifically, when you look at the fact that COVID has been spiking all over this state. In some areas in Detroit, the average age of a poll worker, a veteran poll worker, somewhere around 70 years old. Some of those people did not have the opportunity to be poll workers because they were worried about their health. Others passed away from the virus. So there had to be a whole ramp up of staffing new election workers to come in and do the work that you see behind me to get all those ballots counted and sorted and sent out. And then when you factor that in with the get out the vote, it really was an incredible operation, both by poll workers and the Democrats who focused on those city centers. They knew that the absentee ballots were going to come from those places. And that's what we saw at the tail end of this election. You're looking at Flint, you're looking at Kalamazoo, you're looking at Grand Rapids, and right here in Detroit, where I've been speaking to the city clerk all week, she was telling me turnout was going to be something like 50%, when it will wind up being, as projected, something more like 53 to 55%, which is even more historic than originally thought. That's expected to blow away about a decades-old overall vote total here in the state of Michigan and here in the city of Detroit. So that truly is the story of what happened in this state. I think Democrats were traumatized by what happened, and they wanted to fix it, and by all estimations, it seems like they did. The Secretary of State, I want to say this, still warning that the final vote probably not likely, again, until the end of the week, but they have passed the threshold where we're able to project that unofficial vote and have that projection. But she is still issuing patience. They want to make sure that this operation continues to run so they can count every single vote. That has been a big...
Yeah, I'm bored.
Not a breaking news.
Where the news at? This an hour ago, y'all.
New at 4, don't mess with Galt. Those are just some of the choice words from one man to another, accused of attacking a woman at Lake Canyon Park.
CBS 13's Rachel Wolf with the Good Samaritan who stepped in.
Yeah, it was wild.
This man, who only wanted to be known as David, recalled the scary situation that played out at this Galt Park Monday right before noon.
I was just working from home and I heard a lady screaming bloody murder.
He ran outside to see a man punching this man, 25-year-old Manuel Avila. Police say Avila attacked a woman at the park, grabbing her chest area inappropriately, and the other man, who happened to be nearby, intervened.
I think he's a hero because, you know, some people wouldn't step in to save someone like that. The lady, if the guy wouldn't have been there, the lady was by herself with her daughter, so, you know, who knows what would have happened.
David says the man kept Avila subdued until police arrived.
Yeah, he had a screwdriver in his pocket, and he during the altercation, it fell out. And I was talking to the guy after it happened, and he said he kept reaching in his pocket. That's why he kept striking him to get him down to the ground.
We never had to worry about anything like that.
Neighbors are alarmed such an attack would happen in broad daylight.
There's been so much development around here lately, I think, that I've just been seeing more things that I'm not used to seeing.
Police say Avila is transient. Neighbors are alarmed about the number of homeless in the area and are now considering a neighborhood watch.
It's sad, but, you know, don't mess with Galt. This is a bad, if you're looking to start trouble, this is a bad town to come to.
Uh-oh. Checkpoints.
Now to the latest on the pandemic as COVID cases continue to climb. New Jersey adds new states to its quarantine list. The New York also sets up checkpoints on the first day of new travel rules.
CBS 2's Jessica Layton live in Lower Manhattan with the story for us. Jessica.
Checkpoints.
Maurice and Christine, the sheriffs say they have been doing these periodically, and now they'll be doing them daily outside the tunnels. Drivers can expect questions like, where are you coming from, and do you have any symptoms?
Though we haven't seen any cars stopped out here yet today, the New York City Sheriff put out a courtesy notice for what it calls a quarantine checkpoint, an extra layer to randomly screen. They also want to know if the driver has completed any necessary travel forms that might apply to them if they're coming from a state on the travel advisory list. And there are changes on that to tell you about. Starting today, travelers coming in from states with a high infection rate can get out of the mandatory 14-day quarantine by taking a test before and after they come here. So they need to test negative 3 days before they arrive, and then on the 4th day, they need to test negative while they're here. Connecticut and New Jersey are still exempt, but New Jersey's governor did warn today about the spike in cases. The state added nearly 2,500 new infections to its tally. It's the highest daily count since May 6th.
We're not out of the woods on COVID, folks. Another bad day of numbers. This is going in the wrong direction.
New Jersey also added 2 states to its travel advisory list, Washington and Oregon. That means there are now 43 total hotspots, and that is a new high. That's the latest live from Lower Manhattan tonight. Jessica Layton, CBS 2 News.
Jessica, thank you.
Hey, Devin Shane. Has he came up with anything new? No, he ain't came up with nothing new. Not 3 hours ago.
And 2. New charges for a prominent Libertyville doctor charged with sexually assaulting a former co-worker. Prosecutors say he left behind a trail of victims over the last 2 decades. CBS 2 investigator Megan Hickey joins us live from the DuPage County Courthouse. Megan, you've been following this case for months now.
Right, Brad. Dr. Arkan Al-Rashid is now facing additional counts of criminal sexual assault and sexual abuse. Meanwhile, his alleged victims are questioning why he's still licensed to practice medicine.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Al-Rashid?
When Dr. Arkan Al-Rashid, a gastroenterologist working at a practice in Libertyville, was charged this fall with sexually assaulting a co-worker in 2019, prosecutors warned that there were other victims.
I was asked to see him privately in his office. He started to unbuckle his pants.
Prosecutors presented the accounts of 5 women who made accusations, including one co-worker at a hospital in Wisconsin. Her complaint led to the temporary suspension of his medical license. His practice, GI Partners of Illinois, stood by him, denying these allegations and saying he is innocent until proven guilty.
Our client is wrongfully accused.
Now 2 counts of criminal sexual assault have snowballed into 6 different counts stemming from that 2019 incident. Today, Dr. Al-Rashid pleaded not guilty to all of them. While out on bond, Dr. Al-Rashid is still licensed to practice medicine in the state of Illinois. One caveat is that he now requires a chaperone during all patient encounters, pending the outcome of the criminal proceedings.
The Advocate Condo Medical Center confirmed today that Dr. Al-Rashid is on leave from their hospital, noting that they are aware of the allegations of misconduct, saying he is an independent physician affiliated with several hospitals. Quote, "We take these allegations very seriously, and he has been on leave from our hospital since September." Now, we also reached out to GI Partners of Illinois, asked for any additional comment based on these additional charges, but a spokesperson did not return our request for comment. Live in Wheaton, Megan Hickey, CBS 2 Investigators.
Take the chat real quick. We want to check the CV numbers. He said, Trump is out of here. I said, Khalid. Yemi said, sorry, sir. He said, hallelujah. Ain't nobody said nothing. Well, let's look at our CV numbers. I open that door, if I let that gonna fly in the head. Doggone it. And you come get in my face too. I ain't never seen a fly like you. That's alright. Come on back. I got something for you. Come on back. Come on back. I got something for you. Come on back, sir. Come on back. Where you at? Where you go, sir? Huh? Where you go? See, when somebody ready for him, they don't want to do nothing. I put this bottle down, he gonna come hit me in the head. A chump. Let's get to our numbers. See what the CV doing today. We hit 9 million yet? 10 million? Nope. 9,801,355 total cases of the CV that we know of. Deaths, 239,829. We get ready to hit 240. 250 by the end of the week. Alright. Yeah, we gotta go back. Oh Lord, look at this, Nia. Texas, 10,201. 10,201 new cases. Texas lost 150 people today. 150 people died in the state of Texas alone. 10,201 cases. Are you serious? Texas is going to hit 1 million cases. California, 5,297 new cases. They lost 67 people. Florida, 4,423 cases. They lost 42 people. Y'all realize that it's 20,000 cases, new cases today, just from Texas, Florida, and California. 20,000, just those 3 states alone. Lord, Lord, Lord. New York, 2,158 new cases. They lost 33 people. Illinois, told you, they coming for New York. Oh, I told you going to sneak me. Hit me right in the back of the head. Come on. I'm making a force field for you. Come on back over here. Come on. Got the force field for you. You can't come back. Chump. Sorry about that, y'all. Illinois, 443,815. New York, 552,654. Illinois put up 7,538 cases. Illinois is coming for the number 4 spot. They coming for them, y'all. You see it. Man, they lost 55 people. Georgia on my mind. I'm on the midnight train to Georgia. Georgia picked up 2,755 new cases. They lost 43 people. North Carolina, could nothing be finer than the women in North Carolina. They picked up 2,425 new cases. They lost 50 people today. 50 people in North Carolina today died. Tennessee, 3,445 new cases. They lost 24 people. New Jersey took that number 9 spot back from Arizona. They took that number 9 spot back, y'all. They put up 2,588. And they lost 23 people. Arizona, 815. They lost 39. Wisconsin, 5,935 new cases today. They lost 54 people. Ohio, 4,084 new cases. They lost 43 people. Pennsylvania, 2,772. They lost 41. Michigan, what up though? 4,397. They lost 21. Missouri, 3,328. They lost 44. Alabama, 1,848. They lost 19. Indiana, ooh-wee, they picked up 3,698. They lost 25. Virginia, 1,157. They lost 11. Louisiana, 375 new cases. They lost 24. South Carolina, 918. They lost 17. And slide left sound. Massachusetts, 1,714. They lost 27. Minnesota, 3,827. They lost 31. Maryland, oh my sweet state of Maryland, my state of Maryland, 1,000 new cases. 10 people died in my state today. Thank God I ain't one of them. 10 people died in my state today. Thank God I ain't one of them. Iowa, 3,120 new cases. They lost 23. Oklahoma, 1,246. They lost 17. M-I, crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I. Mississippi, 766 cases. They lost 13. Utah, 2,110. They lost 5. Colorado, 2,928. They lost 22. Arkansas, 1,293. They lost 23. Washington State, 1,425. They lost 20. Shucky Ducky, Kentucky, 1,630. They lost 11. Nevada, 1,068. They lost 7. Kansas, 2,772. They lost 30. Nebraska, 1,828. They lost 9. Connecticut, 530. They lost 11. Idaho, 1,290. They lost 17. New Mexico. I said New Mexico. They picked up 1,011. They lost 14. South Dakota, 937. They lost 14. North Dakota. All right, you back. Your wings dry. So you're back. Huh? You back, sir? Had to give me a refill. Chump. Like I said, North Dakota, 1,114. They lost 12. Oregon, 589. They lost 4. Montana, 796. They lost 5. Rhode Island, gotta roll them R's. Rhode Island, 579. They lost 2. West Virginia, 394. They lost 3. Delaware, 108. No losses. District of Columbia, 77. No losses. Alaska, 404, no losses. Hawaii, Hawaii, 155, no losses. Wyoming, 425, 12 losses. New Hampshire, I finally get to say it, 115 new cases, and they lost 1. We on 49 before I can say that. Maine, 151, 2 losses. Vermont, 30, no losses. Puerto Rico, I said Puerto Rico, 77 new cases, they lost 8. Guam, 91, they lost 3. United States Virgin Islands, 3, and they lost 1. No stats for the Mariana Islands. U.S. military, 1,433 new infections, and they lost 1. Veteran Affairs, 866, 18 losses. Federal prisons, 196, no losses. Navajo Nation, 133, no deaths today. Final stats, 9,801,355 new cases, 108,000. We got 108,389 new cases. 108,000. And y'all worrying about the daggone election. 108,000 new cases today. 108,000. We lost 239,829 so far, and we lost 1,201 people in the United States today. In these United States of America, we lost 1,201 people to this disease that nobody paying attention to because they worried about the daggone election. They worried about putting somebody on the Supreme Court. 1,201 people today died in the United States. 108,000 newly infected cases, newly people infected with the CV. 108,000, and there ain't no uproar. This is what I mean when I say, when you got the devil in your ear and you distracted, you ain't paying no attention to what you should be looking at. That's what I'm referring to. That's what you should be worried about, but you ain't. You ain't worried about that. You ain't worried about it at all. You taking your time, wouldn't you? Excuse me.
Well, family and friends of a man who died during a chase and a shootout with police say the crisis center at Receiving Hospital failed to give him the help he desperately needed, and Detroit's top cop agrees.
And 7 Action News reporter Kimberly Craig talked to them, and Kim, we understand this man had some mental health issues.
The crisis center, correct? So why, if it was a crisis, he was there, obviously, why would they release him? It was a crisis. They should have gave him his meds before he left that hospital.
The family of 30-year-old Michael Moza is hurt and angry. They say he checked himself into the crisis center at Detroit Receiving Hospital early yesterday morning, only to be released a few hours later.
He told me in my living room, he said that he told the doctors if anything happened to him, that it would be on them. And he just wanted help.
Detroit police believe Michael Moza checked himself into the crisis center a couple hours after he allegedly shot up a house in his old neighborhood in southwest Detroit.
He was a paranoid schizophrenic. I mean, it's not like he, he didn't have, some less severe, disorder. I mean, you're talking about seeing things and thinking things are happening to you that aren't happening.
Then around 1 o'clock this morning, Detroit police believe it was Moza again who shot up the same house. And this time, police had a description of his car. Police spotted him and pursued him. There was an exchange of gunfire before Moza crashed into a parked truck here on Springwells near Pershing. He was later pronounced dead. His family and Chief Craig now questioning the crisis center where they say Moza went for help.
When are we going to challenge and find out what's going on at the crisis center?
You can't just have paranoid schizophrenics go to you for help and you just release them and whatever happens, happens. That just seems unacceptable. Very unacceptable. Now our brother is dead.
I'm unapologetic about the statement. Unapologetic. Too many lives are being lost.
And we contacted a spokesperson for the Detroit Medical Center who would only say, quote, "We don't have any information to provide about this individual," end quote. And he wouldn't say anything else. Action News will certainly keep asking questions. Reporting live in Detroit, Kimberly Craig, 7 Action News.
There's the lady again.
All right, Kimberly, thank you.
That's 3 weeks ago. That mess out of here.
Well, family and friends of a man who...
than 2,000 inmates were released a few months early from state prisons across New Jersey.
The governor signed off on this effort to contain COVID, but some are saying it's about politics. CBS 2's Lisa Rosner reports.
Good luck. Throughout the day, prisoners were freed from state prisons, dropped off in waves at transit hubs from Newark's Penn Station to the Trenton Transit Center.
Time is over.
Cars waited hours for pickup at Northern State Prison in Newark. Kevin Hayes, a diabetic, was supposed to be released in January. He's going home with his brother today.
It's a great feeling.
John Durant is catching a bus to his sister's. He's being released 3 months early for selling drugs.
I was in there making my own bag. They're using one bathroom, and the quarantine is on the unit we're on.
New Jersey, first of all, had the worst rate of COVID-related deaths in its prisons in the country.
It was almost like all hands on deck. There are a number of challenges. I mean, making sure people have food stamps and general assistance and Medicaid.
Governor Murphy signed a law that knocks up to 8 months off sentences, but excludes people convicted of murder, aggravated sexual assault, and repetitive compulsive sex offenders. Dwayne Burnett served time for assault. He also took advantage of Newark's free COVID testing before heading home.
We got tested so many times, even last night, yesterday, I got tested. So always negative.
But some say the process was rushed and not transparent.
This is the perfect time for the governor to release inmates without taking any political fallout. The question I have is, who are you releasing? What type of crime did they commit? Are they tested positive? And are they under supervision?
Trenton Mayor Reed Gusiora says he was told only victims will receive that kind of information.
Public safety is number one. We're going to have as many as 180 returning citizens into Trenton. We want to make sure that they can get back on their feet.
The Department of Corrections says 11 people released are COVID positive and received personalized transportation. In Newark, New Jersey, Lisa Rosner, CBS 2 News.
All right. Give me a second, y'all. It's been almost an hour. 9:56 and it's 10:42. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. No problem. Y'all hear that? He said he's on his way. He knew what I was calling about. Where's my food? Where is my food? Where? I got the phone sitting right here, and I'm looking at the call log. See, that flag will make me hurt him, because when I got something to hit you with, you don't want to come around. All right, where you at now? Come on. Where you at now? Huh? Where you at now? Punk? Huh? Where you at now? I got something to hit you with now. Where you at? Huh? Where you at? Punk? See, all the time I'm standing up, I don't see him. And he goes someplace. I'm sitting there waiting for him. Punk won't come. As soon as I start doing something else, he won't come fly at me. When I opened the door up earlier, I let him in by mistake. I had to turn the alarm off. I'm usually looking, but I was more concerned about turning the alarm off. This daggone sucker keeps sneaking me. 11 months ago. All right, 27 minutes ago.
You're looking down at Washington Square Park, where protesters are currently gathered outside of the arch. Now, throughout the night, groups of varying messages have been protesting throughout the village, and within the last hour, things got a little out of hand, where they were setting some garbage fires on different corners there, and police did make several arrests. Right now, we don't have an exact number on them, but we can tell you that arrests were made. You can see a group has gathered, though, back outside of the arch there. At the moment, rather peaceful. We've seen some dancing going on out there, but police keeping an eye on the group as they stand outside of Washington Square Park. Reporting from Chopper 2, Dan Rice, CBSN, New York.
Man, that was whack. That was like wiggity, wiggity, wiggity in the triggity. That was wiggity, wiggity, wiggity in the triggity whack. All right.
Developing right now, firefighters in northwest Indiana battling a large brush fire on both sides of I-8094. That's near Chase Street. No one's been hurt, but because of the smoke, traffic was stopped on the expressway. Firefighters are having a tough time getting through the terrain to get to the fire itself. So the Lake County Sheriff's Department is using a helicopter and a bucket to pick up water and dump it on the flames.
Ah, you're gonna sneak me. You're gonna sneak me.
We rarely get to watch someone
in the chair. See that?
We're at a fake voting center right now in Orange County.
Tried an Orange County business with a vote here sign, but it wasn't an official voting center, we're told. So what happened to any ballots that were cast there?
Well, tonight there is an investigation to see if they were thrown away and if any voters were convinced to vote a certain way. And CBS 2 Orange County reporter Michelle Gili is live in Westminster with this controversy. Michelle.
Well, you guys, ads ran on Vietnamese radio inviting them here with their ballots. Now, it is unclear exactly how many walked through these doors, but now there is an investigation as to whether there was any illegal activity that took place here.
Hey, buddy, what's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? Is it trash or is it ballots?
Election day is over, but an Orange County District Attorney investigation continues into what went on with voters and their ballots at this Westminster campaign office.
They were misinformed and told that this was an official voting center. This is not an official voting center.
Dr. Kimberly Ho is on the Westminster City Council and won her bid for re-election. Her lawyer says many voters for whom English is their second language came to the re-election office for help.
Say, if you don't know who to vote for, or the myriads of propositions, yes or no, then you can also seek advice here and ask for recommendations or suggestions. You don't have to take them, but you can ask, of course.
So a third party, I can help my father fill out his ballot, but you cannot, as a candidate or an operative of a campaign, be there while somebody is casting their ballot. That is considered undue influence and improper.
DA Todd Spitzer says at this point there is no evidence that ballots were discarded. However, allegations from an election protection attorney are that this voter's envelope with a missing ballot was found in a dumpster behind the re-election office in Westminster.
You know, some of the voters who came by wanted to have a new ballot because they made a boo-boo on the old ballot, and they don't have a printer or they don't know how to access that through the ROV. But that's allowed. It's completely legal and legitimate.
Even though the election's over, maybe this didn't affect a close race or whatever, and maybe it did affect a close race. We have to know what the process was and did people follow the law.
Now, some of the clips that were shown on social media here at the scene showed people wearing Michelle Steele t-shirts. Michelle Steele's campaign denies any involvement in any of this. Steele is running for Congress in this district, and right now she is leading the incumbent by nearly 3,000 votes. That's the latest live in Westminster. I'm Michelle Geely. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Michelle.
All right.
What's up, Rob Rassi? Have you bought?
Well, they said they didn't find anything, but yet they still talking about him. So there he is. Hello, delivery? Yeah. All right, coming out right now. I'm in already. Thank you. All right. I'll be back, y'all. You know what? I should just right straight to the door. Why you hiding behind the door? If somebody gets home, what you gonna do about it? Nothing. No! Well, I'm gonna do it now. Alright, so I'm back. Sorry about that. Should let some music or something on for y'all. I apologize. Whew. Huh. Yes, you did, and they bad now. Yes, you did, they bad. What? Look at him now. 10,000 in Texas. $10,000 cases in Texas. Look at that. 150 deaths. Look at that. Look at all them cases, 9. Look at them. Wisconsin got almost 6,000. 4,000 in Ohio. 4,400 in Michigan. 3,300 in Alabama. Almost 3,700 in Indiana. 3,800 in Minnesota. 3,100 in Iowa. 2,900 in Colorado. Look at Arkansas, 1,200. Washington, 1,400. Kentucky, 1,600. Nevada got 1,000. Kansas, 2,700. Nebraska, 1,800. Idaho, 1,200. New Mexico, 1,000. North Dakota, 1,100. Montana, 796. Look at the U.S. military, 1,434. Crazy. Now you said, oh my, there was military people out there with no mask. Well, hold on, I forgot to show you the total. Wait a minute. Shucks. I forgot to show you the total there. Look at that 10,000. That's crazy. Look at your total. 108,389 cases today in the United States. And we lost 1,201 people now. We lost 1,201 people in one day. And we picked up 108,389 new cases just today. That is ridiculous. Now you say I had delivery to take care of. That's what I just did. Only because I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. And I've been real good not eating nothing bad. So I want to go ahead and just watch the wrestling and sit back and get my grease on. And then get up tomorrow. And I'll cook what I got left. Alright, this is an hour ago. I gotta wash my hands. Had to give me a commercial there. Couldn't let me go, could you?
Where a pursuit suspect without a tire ended up in a cul-de-sac and nearly wiped out a motorcycle officer. CBS 2's Desmond Shaw is live overhead to show us how it all came to an end. Desmond.
Yeah, Pat, this was a really strange pursuit that started on the 405. Had some really dangerous moments, as you mentioned. It began with CHP. They tried to pull this vehicle over after they saw that he was driving without a tire. There were sparks coming out of the rear of the vehicle. Have some video to show you of some of the moments of the pursuit here. Suspect blew through a couple of red lights and was trying to maneuver this vehicle that was partially disabled, not having a tire, and really scary moments when they came into this cul-de-sac when he tried to turn around, and one of the motorcycle officers involved tried to get out and stop the vehicle and had to jump out of the way at the last second before he got hit by this silver Nissan SUV. Eventually, the police did manage to nab the guy, get him into custody. So a really strange one here. They're looking through this SUV to see if there's any kind of evidence or anything weird going on and trying to figure out why this guy wouldn't just pull over and why he was missing a tire. Live in Sky 2 overhead, I'm Desmond Shaw. Pat, back to the studio.
Yeah, it was really something, Desmond, to see those officers maneuver on those motorcycles. And we saw a couple of pedestrians there that, they were in trouble for a second. They really skirted across the street. They should have done that just to get out of the way. All right, thank you, Desmond Shaw. Live.
Nia says, yikes. Well, let's see what's going on now. Any change? Nope, same news.
There has never been an election quite.
And that battery should fall right on your head. What you over the bar on that battery for?
For this 2020 election, it has been more than 24 hours now since the first polls closed, and this race for the White House, which has drawn record number of Americans to cast their ballots, is creeping towards a conclusion. Votes still being counted in key states across the country. The battle over which of those votes should count now taking center stage, as the results we've already seen reveal an engagement.
It was 4 flies waiting for me and 2 nets. I don't know what made it in. I tried to hurry up and get in and close the door.
In the lead with 253 electoral votes. He has won 22 states, 23 states won. For Donald Trump, 214 electoral votes. That's the map right there, and here are the key states still outstanding, starting in the West in Arizona. Joe Biden holding the lead now in what had been a deeply red state for decades, but he's holding a lead now over Donald Trump, but there are still votes to be counted in that key state. Also in the state of Nevada, very close there in the state of Nevada, you see it there, 49-49. About 8,000 votes separating Joe Biden and Donald Trump right now. Those final results will not come in until tomorrow. We're not ready to project the state of Alaska yet. We see with the vote that is in, Donald Trump has a big lead, but we are not prepared to project that state yet. Then we move over to the east. And in the east, you see North Carolina. Donald Trump has a narrow edge over Joe Biden right there in the southeastern state of North Carolina, in Georgia as well. Donald Trump still holding the lead. It is closer now than it was at the beginning of the day. There are still some votes outstanding, but Donald Trump holding a lead there over Joe Biden. And then the critical state of Pennsylvania. It is always critical in presidential elections. And you see Donald Trump holding a lead over Joe Biden right now, about 3 percentage points. But that gap has been closing through the day as mail-in ballots have been counted all through the night, as we saw in Wisconsin and Michigan earlier in the day. I'm here with David Lee. You've been going through the exit polls since the polls closed yesterday. What are you learning?
Yeah, really a huge day, really, for Joe Biden today. Not just because he appears to be inching closer to 270 electoral votes, but the pathway he used to get there. He's been convinced from the beginning it was through the industrial states that they had to appeal to middle-class families, working-class families, describing himself as the scrappy kid from Scranton. And when we dig into the exit polls from the blue wall states that he wanted to rebuild, lost it by 80,000, less than 80,000 votes over those 3 states 4 years ago, you can see that the disciplined approach from Joe Biden actually worked. A couple of through lines that we saw both in Wisconsin and in Michigan. Look, in Michigan, Donald Trump won independents by 16 points 4 years ago. Look at this. Donald Trump losing by 8 points with independents. Then you go into Wisconsin and you see that Joe Biden performed even better. He won independents by 14 points this year. Donald Trump won them in reverse 10 points 4 years ago. A couple other things, George. Suburban voters, Joe Biden improved from 4 years ago, particularly suburban women in Michigan. He peeled away across every demographic group from Donald Trump 4 years ago. And one other thing we should note tonight, because it's been lost today in this 24 hours of this election coverage, election night that continues into tonight, 100,000 new cases of COVID in just 24 hours in this country. And when we looked at both Michigan and Wisconsin, voters by nearly 10 points said containing COVID is the more immediate concern in this economy. And they overwhelmingly voted both in Michigan and in Wisconsin, those blue wall states, for Joe Biden.
It is defined this entire election. I want to bring in Lindsey Davis as well. David showed where the independents go. They flipped over the last 4 years. But one of the other things we saw this time around is that on the right and on the left, great energy on both sides.
You're right. And one major takeaway is just how divided we are. And people have been talking about it, saying that potentially we haven't been this divided since 1860, right before the Civil War. We are not just red states and blue states. We're red counties and blue cities. We can't agree on lives versus livelihoods, on immigration, law and order, whether or not to wear a mask is something that's debatable in this country. And one thing that's really interesting is that by the end of this election, it seems that Donald Trump will have received more votes than any other candidate for president, with the exception of Joe Biden, who currently has about 72 million votes in the popular vote. And as you said, I mean, I think that what's fascinating here is that both sides underestimated each other as far as voter turnout. And that's one thing that's united us, was our urgency to all get out out to the polls. And so now it just remains to be seen what impact all these legal challenges will have.
And the question for the next president ever is, can you start to heal those divides? So we're reading Tom Llanos. Let's go up to the map, Tom, and show the paths left for either side right now. We have Joe Biden, after giving him Michigan and Wisconsin today, now up to 253 electoral votes right there. He has a couple of paths to get to the 270. They begin in the Southwest.
That's right. And for viewers at home, the easiest way to explain this, Joe Biden needs 2, President Trump needs 4. Let's show you. So if we give Joe Biden Arizona and Nevada, he's up in both states. Look at that number, 270. There's one more path toward for him. As you know, it's even easier. Maybe easier because it's one state, but Pennsylvania, if he wins Pennsylvania, he's at 273. Let's talk about the president now. He has to win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and look at his number, 268. He's still not there. He has to either win Arizona or Nevada, George.
And he's behind in both those states right now. Okay, Tom Llanos, thanks very much. Let's bring in Nate Silver from 538 for more on that one where the vote is outstanding right now. In the key states now, Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Let's go through them one by one. Joe Biden has had a lead in Arizona, but the votes are still coming in from some of the key counties, like key county of Maricopa County in Arizona, and theoretically, there are enough votes out there to change the result.
I think Trump has a reasonable argument in Arizona. Their campaign does, rather. They're concerned about what are called the late earlies, the late early ballots. Democrats sent their mail ballots in very soon when they were available. Republicans took a lot longer. So the ones that straggled in on Monday and Tuesday, there was a big batch released earlier, were actually about plus 17 for Trump. That would put the margin at a point where it would be very close in the end.
Okay, then let's take a look at Nevada. We're likely to get those results tomorrow. The gap is very small right now, but almost all the votes have been counted.
Yeah, that is not good news for Trump, I don't think. There, the mail vote is very heavily Democratic, so that will most likely expand Biden's currently small lead.
And back to Pennsylvania, and we saw this thing that we call the Red Mirage play out all night long in Michigan and Wisconsin yesterday. Donald Trump had big leads when you looked at the day vote, the day of election vote. As the mail votes were counted in both those states, Joe Biden took over. He was far further behind in Pennsylvania, closing in right now. How does it look now?
I think it looks bad for the president. If you just kind of extrapolate out how far Joe Biden is behind based on the percent reporting, and you extrapolate out to 100, Biden eventually wins by around 200,000 votes, so it's about 3 or 4%. It may not even be close in the end. There has to be something very different somehow in the remaining votes that are very, very blue, and where Biden is way ahead of the numbers he needs so far.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. Let's bring in Mary Bruce and Cecilia Vega. Mary Bruce for the Biden campaign. We just heard from Nate. It's very tough, according to him, for the president in Pennsylvania. That's exactly what the Biden campaign thinks.
Yeah, George, they are optimistic about Pennsylvania, but they are also confident that they're going to flip Arizona and take Nevada. The Biden team this evening sees that the White House is within their reach. Joe Biden has been very cautious not to declare victory yet, while also making it very clear that he believes he will be the next president of the United States. He is urging the country now to keep the faith, to be patient while this process plays out, but also stressing repeatedly that this process, that this election and these votes being counted, this is up to the people, this is up to the American process, and trusting in that it is not up to the president. He is saying that the country will not be bullied, that they will not surrender in any way here. And George, a sign of how confident they are is the fact that Joe Biden is already looking ahead to uniting the country. We saw him make those broad appeals today, stressing that he will be a president for all Americans and saying it is time for this country to stop treating its opponents like enemies. George.
Very confident last night. Were there points, confident right now, but were there points last night where they thought they were in peril?
There were certainly points last night where you saw that confidence waning. There were a lot of moments in the night where you heard them stop saying that they were so confident and simply saying they were hopeful and optimistic. But, George, that simply did not last very long. As they continued to see the numbers coming in the margins, they felt that it simply was too much in so many of these critical states, especially in the blue wall states, for Donald Trump to be able to overcome and take this race.
Okay, Mary, thanks. Let's go to Cecilia Vega at the White House, fighting on all fronts.
Oh, George, they are fighting on all fronts. We did not see President Trump in person today, but we are hearing from people who are close to him, and I got to tell you, he is in a down mood behind the scenes. He is starting to concede
at least to people around him, that he is seeing this lead slip away. People on his team are holding out hope for Arizona. That is the one state that they've got their eye on right now, big time. But we are also hearing from aides who feel like the writing is on the wall. The president has been on the phone all day talking to allies, particularly Republican governors. He's had multiple phone calls with the governor of Arizona, who is convincing the White House that he is seeing this very narrow margin of votes right now, that the White House, the Trump team, could end up having a solid chance there. Now, the president's legal team, you said it, fighting on all fronts. They have filed motion after motion after motion today. This has really become a Hail Mary strategy. We're talking about 2 lawsuits in Pennsylvania, 1 in Michigan, 1 in Georgia, a recount request in Wisconsin. Late tonight, the White House press secretary said that this could end up going all the way to the Supreme Court if necessary. Meantime, for President Trump, he is continuing to push these unfounded conspiracy theories as this election is being stolen from him by Democrats. When reality in Georgia, what we're seeing is democracy in action. It is working exactly the way it is supposed to be working. Every vote so far is being counted. And listen to this, something we've not seen in this country, something we hear about often in election overseas. International elections observers now condemning what they are seeing here in our country, saying that the president is undermining democratic institutions.
So you may not have an answer to this, but if in the next 24 to 36 hours we get clear results in Arizona, we get clear results in Pennsylvania, you think there's any chance the president stands down?
Well, I don't know, George. Look, he said he didn't want to see any funny games. This is also a president who has told us very clearly he is not someone who likes to lose. So we shall see.
Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. We'll be right back.
All right. Well, let's see what Biden got to say. We always covering
CarMax delivered.
We always covering Trump. Let's see what Biden got to say. They don't give a super commercial. Dang. You wrong for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation. Just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of the pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the President of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting...
Nia, my doctor's appointment was 3:40 in the afternoon. They called me and asked me to move it up to 2:40. So 2:40 tomorrow. So I should be leaving out about 1.
It's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that the majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans. To put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, to respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as a Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. That is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much. Never let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win. Just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
The Democratic presidential nominee, Joe Biden, speaking in Wilmington, Delaware, saying that every vote will be counted. He did not declare victory, although he did say once every vote has been counted, he does believe that he is going to be victorious. We're going to talk more about his speech, but first let's go to Wolf.
All right, so you got one candidate. Got lawyers filing lawsuits. Still talking about them. You got another candidate talking about, yes, I am in one party, but I'm going to be a president for everybody. Trump doesn't say that. Trump uses the divide and conquer. You know them liberals. You know them daggone immigrants. You know them daggone Mexicans. You know them daggone black people. Come on, it's us versus them. And that's what I see the difference is. And Biden is saying something I've been telling y'all for a while. When I tell you there ain't no United States because everybody is divided. You just heard the potential president of the United States say the same thing. Let that marinate. I've been saying that for a while now. You just heard the president say it. The vice president said it. The former vice president, maybe future president, say it. I've been saying that for a while. I don't think y'all realize how revolutionary we are here. But I know it irks some people, but it's gotta irk them. How come this little fat man come sit in front of this setup here and come to you every day, and everything he says happens? Anybody wonder about that? That you hear me say something, and then down the road, you'll hear somebody prominent say the same thing. Goes right over your head, doesn't it? Goes right over your head. The fact of the matter is, our country is hurting, and it needs a healing. But it won't heal if we keep doing the same thing over and over again. How can we heal? I'm asking y'all, how can we heal if we keep trying the same things that's not working? We're going to give minorities a little crumb, and then hopefully they'll take that crumb and turn it into something, and then we can just leave them alone. That has not worked, and it won't work. You have to have a serious investment and a serious infrastructure to where you can get the minorities in this country on an even playing field. And when I say things like this, I'm called racist. How is that racist to be asked to have the same playing field? I'm tired of being told, go to college and get a degree. And then you got to go ask somebody who got children of their own that they might want to get that job too. They got family members of their own. They might want to get that job too. But they had to have a quota. Even though they're glad to be in the big seat, the cushy position, it's got to irk them that they can't hire Uncle Joe because they got to hire a minority. You can't keep asking minorities to beg the man for a job, and you can't keep asking the man to give a job that he don't want to give. When he can give it to Uncle Rustus, he can give it to Lil Joey, give it to his son-in-law. Why not instead even the playing field? And let's set up an infrastructure where you can have black businesses grow and not just throw a grant, but actually have people come in and show them how to really run a business. Not just give them a grant and they go out there and fail. And try to make the playing field, the field more even. You're going to give me a grant to open up a little corner store when I got 3 giant supermarkets surrounding me. You're going to give me a grant to open up a little boutique. But then I got to deal with Macy's and other high-end stores. Why not make it even? Why not make the playing field even? But in order to do that, that means that white people have less. People that have extra won't mind. But here's the key. White people that are struggling will mind. And they'll fight every step of the way to keep it from happening. And see, the issue is, and I keep saying it, and y'all get mad when I say it, how can you expect another race to take care of you when they don't take care of their own? And I ask it. Half the people that are homeless are white. A third of the homeless are former military. You don't take care of your military? You got them out there under the bridge? They went out there and risked their lives to fight for your democracy? And you let them live under the bridge? You gotta live on tents on the sidewalk? If you don't take care of your own, how you gonna take care of me? Make you think I want to get up under your armpit? Give us our reparations and don't put it in our hand, but build us something that we can have as our own, where we can have businesses of our own to go to, so we ain't got to come beg for a job. But they don't want to do that. Why they don't want to do it? Because they lose money. They don't mind giving you welfare because it keeps you down. And where you gonna buy your stuff from with the welfare? They get the money right back. And while you down there on the welfare in the sorry schools, their kids are going to the great schools and the kids are getting the great jobs. They don't mind. They don't mind at all. Got people fighting over welfare. Got people fighting over projects. Got people fighting over who gonna sell the drug. Those are distractions to keep you busy so that you don't get nowhere. Every once in a while, somebody will spring free and come forth, and then I'll say, see, there's somebody. Take a look. Hey, everybody. Take a look. When I was young, it was Sidney Poitier. Then it was Bill Cosby in the 80s. Then it was Morgan Freeman. Then it was, what's the name of that black actor? Oh, crap. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I can't think of his name. What the heck was his name? I can't think of his name to save my life now. Denzel Washington. Yeah, see, look at Denzel. You can make it. Look at Denzel. Look at him. Oh, the women want him. See, you can make it. But for every Denzel, there's 10,000 Denzels that won't make it out the ghetto. And they don't see no way out other than to hustle, steal, rob, cheat. Which means they're going to be in a cycle of getting locked up or getting killed. Which keeps you from taken away from the uppity ups. Because the uppity ups kids is going to go to great schools, get a great education. And they're going to have a job waiting for them when they come out. So instead of working together to try to have something, we're being pitted against each other. And then you got the poor whites being pitted against us. But then you got the poor whites, you got the Italians versus the Polish. You got the Greeks versus the Irish. You always got somebody fighting somebody as a distraction so that nobody gets ahead. Not even your own. There wasn't no ADT when I grew up. When I was growing up as a child, there wasn't no ADT. But now almost every house got some kind of system in it. Some kind of burglar alarm, some kind of fencing, some kind of rails on the windows. You trying to keep people from coming in because you want to hoard everything and you're trying to make everybody feel that way. Trying to protect something you think somebody going to steal. If you wasn't doing devious things to get it, why do you think it's going to be stolen away? Because you won't let other people have the opportunity to get it. You want to hoard everything for yourselves and you want to lock yourselves away. How are we in the United States? When the people that got the most influence lock themselves away from everybody. Even our elected officials. They come out the Congress buildings, they come out the White House, the State House, the Mayor House. They jump in a limousine with the tinted windows and ride through the city and don't even look out them. They're looking at the little PDA, the little laptop. They're not even looking to see what's going on. They have no idea what's going on in the community. And they don't care. As long as nobody's not in their face crying about something, they don't care. But you wonder why things don't get better. You got a president that keep talking about states' rights. This is what made black people's history so long and tortured. Because the Republicans, even during the Civil War, they were so concerned about the southern states. So concerned. Like when you get a woman or a man that cheat on you, and even though they out there giving themselves to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You still watching. Come on back, come on back. Come on back, come on back. You gonna come back? That's what they did when they allowed those terrorist soldiers to walk back to the South, and they didn't follow them and take over. And they still talking about states' rights. They got beat. They don't have no rights. You got beat. You got defeated. Where was your rights at? But the lazy, and I said lazy, the lazy Republicans didn't go down there and put their boot on their neck and put them in line. And to this day, they still ain't done it. And now you hear them say, oh, it's those daggone Republican governors, them daggone, they still making their excuses. Still won't hold nobody accountable. Pointing fingers at everybody. It ain't changed. It's been that way from the beginning. I couldn't believe when I read y'all the story about we had black legislators and they were Republican. And this was back in the 1890s. And the white Republicans let the Democrats come in there and beat them and the black people up and ran the black people out of the daggone state. And what they do about it? Nothing. That's the problem. Get mad at me all you want. And it's going on to this day. You got a president that says, you know, and I'm not going to pass that stimulus bill because they got money in there for states, and a lot of them are those Democratic states that are run incorrectly. Whose fault they being run incorrectly? You supposed to be the president. That means you are president of all 50 states. If one state is bad, that's your fault. Why you ain't gone and cracked the whip? All you can do is threaten to send in state militia. I can send in the National Guard. Why don't you go there and find out what's going on? You won't do that, will you? You won't do that. You got people protesting in Minnesota. You got people protesting in Wisconsin. You got people protesting in New York City. You got people protesting in Atlanta, California. What the hell are you protesting for? You are asking people to check themselves. How the hell would that work? If I don't want you to have nothing, and you're going to protest and ask me to go check the people that I got making sure you don't have nothing, what do you think I'm going to do? I ain't going to do nothing but let it stay the way it is. I'll let you moan and groan, let you vent, go ahead and burn down a couple buildings, and then it go right back to status quo. If you can unite to go burn down some buildings, why you can't unite your money and start your own businesses? Why you can't unite your money and start buying up these abandoned buildings in these cities and fix them up so people can come live in them? Why you can't do that? But you can go out there and tear down a memorial. You can set fire to something. You don't realize when you protesting, you begging. Hands up, don't shoot. That's begging. Please don't shoot me. You begging people who you paid a salary of, please don't shoot me. How retarded is that? People who you paid a salary of, you begging them not to shoot you. You pay their salaries. But you got to raise your hands up and say, please don't shoot me. Just let that marinate. The police don't pay your salary, you pay theirs. The army don't pay your salary, you pay theirs. You got to ask them something? They should be asking you. You need some help while you're protesting? Need me to hold a sign while you tie your shoes? That's what they should be saying. Not holding a gun to your head talking about, yeah, you better not do nothing. Well, the gun you paid for is to your head. Tell me something ain't wrong with this country. I challenge and dare anybody to come in this chat. I challenge anybody. Come on in here. I don't care what color. I don't care what denomination you is. I don't care what party you in. Come in here and tell me I'm lying. Come in here and get wiped down. Come in here and get this work. Because I'll chop you off at the knees. Come on in here and say something simple. Come in here with that I feel. Well, I feel. Come on with that I feel. See how fast I shove it up your butt. Come on in here with it. I challenge anybody. Come in here with that I feel. Come with that I think. Come on in here and try to rationalize what I just said and make your excuses. Fact of the matter is, everybody could do better. But we don't. Because the people that got money got us fighting over crumbs. Killing each other over crumbs. You got people worried about Biden want to shut down the coal mine. How many people died in them daggone factories? How many men have died from their lungs being filled with all that debris down there? We don't need coal. We got turbine energy, we got electricity, and we got natural gas as propellants. We don't need coal. Why are we still sending men down there in the coal mine to die early or to get buried in? Why are we still doing that? Because there are people that's making the top money, that make that money off that coal. They can't make that money. Because if you start doing new energy, that means anybody can do it. You don't need a whole bunch of tractors. You don't need a whole bunch of land to go drill like for oil. You put them companies out of business. That's why it won't happen. They won't let it. They keep putting money in the politicians' pockets to keep them for voting for new energy. You imagine driving a car with no smog. Could you imagine it? You imagine going to LA and seeing no smog. Could you imagine it? Well, they don't care about the smog because they ain't living in the places where it is. They only care about it when they come to their doorstep. And they can afford to move. As long as they keep making their money. Why the heck are we afraid to drill in the ANWR? Why are we afraid to drill in the ANWR? Because we think that if we use up the oil we got, that we at the mercy of the Middle East. We already at the mercy of the Middle East. That's why we should leave oil alone. All we need is oil to lubricate engines, to lubricate belts, to lubricate chains. That's all we need oil for. We got enough oil right here in the United States, between Alaska, Texas, and the ANWR. All we need is 2-cycle oil and go ahead and make your Vaseline. I've said this before. We can eliminate all independence on the Middle East by making our own oil. And all those big wigs that own them big oil companies, they got to find something else to do. They're going to have to switch to electricity and natural gas. Or they don't make no money. But like I said, it's more competitive. They don't want to compete. Because you can get a couple $1,000 together and you can go ahead and get you a turbine or get you something to create some electricity. And you can start selling electricity to people. You don't need the big wigs. See, the big wig has got the money, you know, to go pay people to go find places to drill at for the oil, to go find people to drill at for the coal. That requires a whole lot of startup money. It don't require a lot of startup money to set up an electricity business, does it? You know how many different electric companies there are? Google how many electric companies are in your state. How many of y'all get letters from different electrical companies saying, hey, come sign with us. We'll save you money. Hey, come sign with us. How's that happening? Because it ain't as hard as oil is. It ain't as hard as coal is to get started. Here in Maryland, it's 7 different countries. One of them is Direct Energy. You can Google it. If you can start your own energy company and people are going to be running everything on electricity, that's money for everybody. They don't want that. You imagine being able to plug your card when you get home and come back out in the morning and unplug it and throw the cord in your trunk and get in your car and go to work. And if you decide you want to go on a little drive, instead of going to a gas station, you go to a Phillips station and you put that cord in there and press that button and it push all that electricity into your car battery and you go drive where you got to go. We should turn all gas stations into electric centers. Why can't we do that? Why can't we do it? It can be done. We can't do it because the 6% that got all the money, guess what? They lose it. They would have to actually compete. And see, the 6% ain't gonna do it for cheap. And that's where the little man come in. People can put their money together and start their own and offer a decent rate and kill the price of the rich people. Make them have to come down. But no, that just makes too much sense, right? Just keep letting things be as they are. I'm going to stay over here, you stay over there, you stay over there, you stay over there. And the only time we're going to meet is if something happened with Saudi Arabia. Only time we're going to meet is if something happened with the Taliban or ISIS. The only time we're going to meet is if it's a militia group out of control or the police are doing something stupid. That's the only time we'll meet. Other than that, I don't know you and don't care about you. Hey, I've been living on the same block with you for years. I ain't know you live there. How you doing? Thought you look familiar. Oh, you live on my block? Yeah. We don't even know who live on our block. Where the unity at? We call ourselves the United States. That's a lie. Ain't nobody united. All you hear them talk about is they. They on the left. They. They trying to make it like a cult. They doing all these things and we gotta defeat them. It's a cult. So you're not even appealing to everybody. You're just appealing to just that one. But then you go over on and look and you see there are Democrats on the other side talking about them, talking about the Republicans. Them. If it's us and them, how are we united? I just asked a question. If it's us versus them, how can you say we united? Where's the unity? Chris Rock says they are ins and then they are black people. That's a separation. So even you are a minority, instead of pooling the little bit you got together, you're going to split up. Well, we good blacks over here, and that's the N-words over there, and that's the ratchets down there. So you split up into different groups. It's not enough for you to be in 3 different groups. If you want to have any kind of impact as far as voting, as far as pooling your money together, how you going to be divided in 3 different groups? Crips over there, Bloods over there, Latin Kings down here, Gangster Disciples up there. Just split. Where are we united? I just asked the question. Where are we united? This is called the United States. Now everybody on pins and needles worrying about the election. The election is already over. The election is already over. How is it over? Because of a mistake Donald Trump made. He told his people, don't do mail-in voting. Go vote in person. They already voted. 80% of Republicans voted early. I mean, they voted on election day. But I believe that 70% of the Democrats voted by mail. So Trump got the early lead because the people that showed up, their numbers come right up on the computer. But they still counting ballots. And the reason why Trump was able to catch up, the reason that the reason that Biden caught Trump in a lot of these states is because he asked his people to do mail-ins. And they counting the mail-ins. So the majority of the ballots are mail-ins. So even in states where it's only 5% to go, if that 5% is like 300,000 people, and say Biden is down by 50,000, of that 300,000, he only needs 50,000 of those votes to be Democrat. And the people were told to come in. You were told to vote early. So it's like he had to leave because his people went and voted like he asked them to. But now you got all these mail-in votes coming in being counted. And you see that Biden is going up, but Trump not going up. Why is Trump not going up? Trump been at 214 for most of the day. Trump was at 214. And that's daggone true. Trump was at 214 most of the day. He's still at 214. Why he ain't grown? Most of his people voted already. So he got to hope there was some hard-headed people. He got to hope there was some people that didn't listen. That said, shut up, Trump. I ain't going to get in that line. That's what he's hoping on right now. He leading in Alaska. Alaska still only got 56% of the votes counted. Suppose that other 46%, suppose 70% of them are Democrats that did what Biden asked them to do and vote early. Then what? I'm just asking, then what? I bet you, if we go look at it right now, I bet you Trump ain't moved much. I guarantee you. If we go look right now, I guarantee you he ain't moved much. I'd be surprised if he got 225. I'd literally be surprised if Trump got 225 electoral votes. I would be surprised. Trump's still at 214 electorates. He's still at 214. He ain't moved an inch. He ain't moved an inch. He asks his people to vote in person. Trump is praying. He is praying that his people hard-headed and then listen. The same way the people don't want to wear masks. And now he's saying wear a mask. Shut up, Trump. We ain't wearing no mask. He got the hope that same kind of attitude is going to help him. He has to hope that people have that same kind of attitude when it comes to mail-in voting. Because the in voting is done. The people that showed up on election day, their votes are already counted. It's the mail-in votes. Those are the ones that's being counted right now. So Trump got the hope that the people didn't pay him no mind. He got the hope the people said, "Oh, the heck with you." Well, they still on commercial. How much time we got? What time is it? $5 hours and 35 minutes. So, alright, y'all, let me get out of here because I don't want to go over 6 so I can edit it out. So, we have any problems, I can edit it out. We haven't showed that many videos, so hopefully we don't get flagged. But YouTube got to have it a flag in you 2 weeks later. I hope y'all enjoyed today's sermon about how to wear the shield of Jesus Christ's blood. So you can tell the devil, get out your face. I'm protected by Jesus. Do what you want to do. I'm protected by Jesus. I don't care what you say. Hey, I'm protected by Jesus. You got a problem with that? Then go see Jesus. Leave me alone. You got a problem with me? Go see my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I don't know you. I don't want to know you. All right? Go see my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Anybody have any final comments? Anybody? Anybody have any comments on our topics tonight? Naya said, G stagnant. Yeah, he ain't moving. He ain't moving. He told everybody to vote in person. So only the people that were hard-headed and said, I ain't going nowhere, that's what he banking on. People that are hard-headed. So, he remind me of somebody that got to run a marathon race. And instead of taking their time and going at a steady pace so they can save their energy for that last bit, that last quarter mile before the race ends so they can get the flag, they can have the tape on them. They come out there and just run past everybody, they running off fast. Halfway through the race, they start slowing down. And then the people who got smoked, they come by at a regular pace, and he can't keep up with them. He ain't shot his whole load. I hope Trump didn't shoot his whole load with his voters and had them vote in person and show up on election day, and their votes already tallied. So now it's a matter of, can Biden catch up? Now can Trump keep the lead? Because if the people did what he said, their votes are already in. If the people did what he said, the votes are already in. Let that marinate. If his people did what he told them to do, their votes are already counted. And that's why he's sitting there. He's been sitting there. He was at 213 at 6 o'clock this morning. That man is at 6:14. It's daggone 12 o'clock at night. That man picked up one electoral vote, and I think he had a split with Joe Biden. I think Joe got 2 and he got 1. That's the only thing he ganked all day. He going around talking about filing lawsuits. You got what you asked for. The people voted. You had that early lead, but guess what? Every hour that go by, as they count more and more of them votes, 75% of them are going to be Democrat. 75% of them are going to be Democrats. And it looked bad for Joe Biden last night. It looked bad for Joe Biden. But that's what you call somebody getting an early lead, taking that early sprint. And you just putting along. And then one time you gonna see them, I can't run no more. And you just go right on by them, putting along. And that's what this race is doing. So, Trump got a hope that a whole bunch of people didn't pay him no mind and voted by mail. That's what he needs. He needs people not to pay him no mind and vote by mail. Because at this point, Biden only needs Nevada and what's the other state? The other southern state. It was Nevada and what was it? Nevada and Arizona. What were the 2 states? He only needs 2 states and 1 state from the East Coast to win. Trump needs 5 states to win. That's not good, especially when you told your voters to vote in person. Don't vote by mail. So now you're sitting there hoping that somebody ignored you, didn't pay you no mind, and voted by mail anyway. If I was Trump, I'd be nervous right now. So I thought I was doing something by telling everybody to vote in person. Well, don't worry about the CV. Go out there and vote in person. Now, I was fortunate. When I went to vote, there wasn't a lot of people there. I was fortunate. So hopefully I didn't pick nothing up. Sorry, y'all. Let me get out of here because I don't want to go over 5 hours. Thank y'all for watching. I'll be here tomorrow. Matter of fact, tomorrow afternoon, mobile live time. So I hope to see y'all out there. We're going to the hospital. I hope to see y'all there. As we go out there and do what we do. I gotta hopefully it'll be a good visit. I'm gonna go ahead and eat this sub now. I ate the fries already. I'm gonna eat this sub now while I watch the wrestling. And I got plenty of water to drink it down with. We're gonna hurry up and wash that out. And then I'm gonna take my medicine again. All of them correctly. With the insulin, we're gonna take it all. And hopefully when I get in there, I won't be no 287 pounds. Hopefully, I'll be 279, 280. That's what I'm hoping. When I get in there, I'm hoping. Because y'all know, like I said, I had lost 15 pounds before the bike tire went. And we also got to get the bike tire fixed. So, I might take that up there. What's tomorrow? Thursday? I might take that up there. I'll take it there before Monday. I don't know what day it is, but I'll do it one day this week. We'll go ahead and get the bike fixed. Because the only problem is that the reason why I'm not rushing, I took the thing off the bike and I put it on the scooter. You know what I'm saying? I took the thing off of there, what do you call it? I took the witchcom off of there. The connector. I took it off the scooter, off the bike. I had it taped down real good and tied down. I took it off and I put it on the scooter. So when we make big market runs, I want to bring that trailer. And like I said, I'm thinking about, I don't have to. I'll make the decision tomorrow. I might bring the trailer. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with it once I get to the doctor's office. That's the problem. Could I leave it downstairs with security? Could I chain it to the railing outside? You understand what I'm saying? It's things that I could chain it to the railing outside. I got the chain. I could chain it to the railing outside. I could do that. What do you think, Nia? Should I bring the trailer and then chain it to the guardrail outside and that way I won't go about bringing it in the hospital? And somebody remind me at the market tomorrow to get some clear tape, because I'm going to take the banner that Sean Lee had made for us. It's not sticking to the fabric and it's bending up. So I want to get some clear tape, and we're going to tape it down with the clear tape and also protect it and preserve it so that it doesn't go bad. And I might even get some glue and like glue the tape down onto the fabric. And like I said, we'll have to see. If I can find the big roll that's like this wide, the big roll, a tape. Well, if I, it's 5 days until the 10th. The day the 4th, right? So you got the 5th. So you got 5, 6, 7, 8. You got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You got 5 days. But I could just leave it and just get some food and put it on the handlebars, and then we could go again. Like maybe I'll go again Sunday to the market again. So I'll get some light stuff that I can put on the on the arms of the chair, and we can do it that way. So yeah, I'll leave it, and then I'll save it for when I go on the 10th, and I'll go get the big stuff like packs of chicken and stuff like that. So I don't run out of food, and I'm gonna get some get a lot of canned goods, a lot of canned lasagna, canned ravioli, so I don't get in trouble like I did last month. We're gonna make sure we got plenty of food in there. So I really don't want to. I don't want to get in trouble like I did last time. That $45 for the prescriptions really put me out, and I ought to be ashamed of myself for ordering something tonight. But if it'll have me in good shape for that doctor's appointment tomorrow, maybe I won't have to go see no more doctors. So I'll look at that as a win, especially if I can't make it down the scooter. Like I said, we'll have to wait and see. I also want to see what's going on with the stimulus. Stimulus get pushed through. Ain't no need in wasting $40 getting that tire fixed. I'll be taking that $40 and be putting it toward, getting something new. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Alright, if I want to get a lot of heavy stuff, yeah, but like I said, if I go get, I'm gonna be more well-rounded. I'm probably gonna get a pack of chicken. Probably gonna get a couple packs of chicken, whatever they got on sale. If they got the ground beef on sale, I'll get that, or the pork chop, whatever they got on sale. If they got something on sale, I'll pick that up. So I'll probably get like 2 packs of meat, and I'm gonna get a lot of canned goods. So that I got side orders, cause I know I'm sick of eggs. That's why I order something. There's still 4 eggs left in there, but I'll make myself eat them tomorrow. But if I made them tonight, then I wouldn't have had nothing to eat tomorrow. And you don't want to go to the doctor, especially it's so late in the afternoon. You have to go all day without eating. You know, you're going to be weakened. So I don't want to go in there looking weak. So that's why I said I bit the bullet. And I'm going to have to adjust for what I did. But I know I'm feeling my legs, and I'm going to take some insulin. And I'm going to eat and take my medicine again. And when I get up, I'm going to take it again. So hopefully I go in there and I get a real good rating. I'm steady talking. What time is it? 5:49. All right, y'all, let me get out of here. Thanks for watching, everybody. The show wouldn't be nothing if y'all didn't watch, so I appreciate y'all watching. I hope y'all enjoyed the sermon. And I know I rattled on today. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace, blessings. We out of here. Don't forget tomorrow, y'all. Tomorrow, I know at least by 2 o'clock I'm going to be on the road, so be looking for me. Be looking for me to be live tomorrow. Y'all have a great night. Peace, everybody, and thank